In this world, strength is determined by classes such as swordsman, mage, priest, fighter, knight, warrior, and hero. However, no one knows that the strongest class is peasant. The protagonist died in modern Japan and reincarnated in another world. He was reborn as Ryudo McLean, a peasant. Ryudo wonders why he received such an ordinary class instead of a cheat ability. Accepting his fate, he decides to enjoy a peaceful farming life and finishes chopping wood. Someone suddenly calls him from behind. His childhood friends Moses and Cordelia arrive, and Cordelia reminds him of their promise to eat together. Since the sun is setting, she grabs Ryudo's hand and hurries him home. The true cheat character is Cordelia Allstone, who was born 3 days after him. She accidentally squeezes his hand too hard and quickly apologizes. Ryudo claims his hand already hurt from hitting a tree. An awkward silence follows. Moses interrupts by mentioning a lecturer from the magic conference, whom Cordelia recognizes by his large hat. Cordelia must constantly control her strength to avoid injuring people during ordinary activities. At 15, she possesses the hero title Ikitasen, meaning one who defeated 100, while Moses has the rare sage class and can control magical weapons from a distance. Both are exceptional talents valued by the kingdom, making Ryudo ashamed of being only a peasant. Ryudo hugs them and asks them to stop discussing things he cannot understand. They tell him to bathe because he smells from working. That night, Ryudo sits with Cordelia outside the village and nervously asks why she brought him somewhere filled with monsters. Cordelia reassures him that she is a dragon slayer. She asks whether he is afraid to leave the village, though Ryudo believes a peasant has little choice. A heavy stomping sound suddenly approaches. A giant boar charges them, but Cordelia kills it instantly. She offers to cook braised pork for Ryudo's breakfast. Cordelia then wipes the blood from her face. Ryudo realizes he accidentally revealed his fear. Cordelia returns to his question about why she brought him there. She wanted him to see the side of her that remained hidden inside the village. Cordelia will soon join the knightly order for training and enter the Royal Magic Academy as a special student at 16. Ryudo asks whether Moses also knows. Cordelia admits she wanted to tell Ryudo personally and asks why he seems happy when they may never meet again. She asks whether he has anything to say to her. Before Ryudo can answer, Moses calls him to help with the laundry. Ryudo notices Cordelia pouting and asks what is wrong. She claims she does not know and tells him to leave. Cordelia adds that as a peasant, Ryudo should call her whenever he sees a monster. Ryudo accepts that he has no other option. Moses apologizes for interrupting, but says household chores suit a peasant better than a sage. He reveals that he and Cordelia appointed Ryudo to handle cooking and laundry. Ryudo jokes that Cordelia only gives orders and cannot do anything herself. Moses apologizes again, but Ryudo says it is fine because they are friends. Ryudo's body suddenly begins trembling. His condition rapidly worsens, and he collapses to his knees. Moses asks whether they are truly friends. He mocks the idea of a peasant being friends with a sage. Smiling, Moses reveals that the drug has finally taken effect. Ryudo wonders what poison he used. Ryudo, Moses, and Cordelia were childhood friends, but Cordelia had always treated Ryudo more warmly. Moses reveals that he is also reincarnated and was chosen as the rare sage born only once among hundreds of thousands. Saying Ryudo would not understand reincarnation, Moses steps on his hand. Moses considers himself special not only because of his sage class. He had come to desire Cordelia, whom he viewed as an angelic existence. Moses says he deserves to stand beside her more than Ryudo, who is paralyzed with fewer than 5 health points remaining. He cannot tolerate a peasant speaking to a hero as an equal. Telling Ryudo to know his place, Moses kicks him into the river. Cordelia senses that something has happened to Ryudo. The current drags him deeper as he slowly drowns, leaving him with one final wish. Underwater, Ryudo sees Cordelia searching and calling for him. He smiles at her and she finally notices him beneath the water. Ryudo is glad he can silently apologize before falling over the waterfall as Cordelia reaches toward him in tears. He remembers Cordelia effortlessly cutting a boulder in half as a child. Memories follow of their childhood, gathering food and exploring the forest with torches. Ryudo wonders whether these are his final memories. He regrets being too weak to reach Cordelia. More than anything, he wants to become strong. Ryudo suddenly looks up and sees a dragon. Unsure whether he is lucky or cursed, he realizes the river carried him into its lair. Ryudo asks the dragon to grant him a wish. The dragon calls their meeting fate and agrees to hear him. Ryudo has heard that people raised in dragon lairs become incredibly powerful. Legends say ordinary humans connected to dragons can receive mysterious abilities. Ryudo begs the dragon to take him in and make him strong. The dragon says it cannot fulfill his request. Only orphans or slaves under 12 may be accepted by dragons. More importantly, Ryudo is already dead and has lost the lower half of his body. Ryudo cannot believe he is already dying. He asks whether the dragon would grant his wish if he met the conditions, and the dragon promises it would. Ryudo smiles after securing the promise. He requests dragon divine protection and access to the great library of the Dragon King. The dragon asks how he knows about them, then decides to read his thoughts. It discovers that Ryudo has already met it before and finds his memories interesting. Realizing Ryudo intends to alter the timeline, the dragon eats him. Although Ryudo is dead, he successfully obtained the dragon's promise. He awakens in an abstract space filled with floating cubes. Ryudo rises to his feet. He declares that he will eventually win the bet. His rebirth ability returns him after death, and if he dies within an unknown period, he reappears before reincarnation. A woman stands before him. Ryudo has returned here thanks to the abilities he previously chose from God. Although return after death is widely known, few are willing to risk using it. Since nobody knows how long the return period lasts, choosing it is a gamble, and the woman must keep everything secret. Ryudo asks whether he may select another ability. She refuses because each person can obtain only 2 abilities, and each ability may be chosen once. Since Ryudo previously selected Return after Death and Wisdom, he must now choose 2 different abilities. His second life will again begin with the peasant class, though he may gain more abilities in future reincarnations. He will be born in the same place and circumstances as before. Ryudo chooses Fortitude, which reduces physical and mental damage while increasing endurance, and Agriculture, which improves crop and livestock productivity. The woman understands Fortitude but questions Agriculture. Ryudo explains that Cordelia loves flowers and he wants to bring some happiness into her difficult life. She grants both abilities and sends him into his next reincarnation. Ryudo will again be born poor and powerless, but now he has the dragon's promise and a plan to become strong even as a peasant. 2 years after his rebirth, Ryudo's family celebrates his birthday. The villagers dance and play music while Ryudo's father, McLean, receives congratulations from Alston. Alston gathers everyone's attention and announces the appearance of another hero. It is Lady Cordelia, whose birthday is 3 days after Ryudo's. Everyone praises her beauty. McLean and Alston joke that Ryudo and Cordelia may be together in the future. A child suddenly begins crying from hunger. Cordelia's mother calms the child and asks to use McLean's wife's room. McLean agrees because his wife is already inside. There, Alston's wife sees McLean's wife breastfeeding Ryudo. She is surprised he is still being fed that way and notices him staring at her. Alston's wife asks whether Ryudo wants her breast too, but his mother immediately refuses. Every time Alston tries to speak, Ryudo's mother insists that he does not want it. She claims Ryudo only touches her because he loves his mother. She offers to let Alston hold him, warning that he usually cries with strangers. Ryudo remains calm in Alston's arms, surprising McLean. Alston asks why Ryudo does not cry and whether he normally wants only his mother. Worried by his unusual behavior, she wonders whether he is sick. She tries to take him to a doctor, but Ryudo's father stops her. That night, Ryudo lies awake while his parents sleep. He notes that his family is exactly as he remembers. Ryudo secretly practices basic wind magic, hoping to master it while still a child. He repeatedly attempts the spell but fails. Eventually, he exhausts all his mana. Ryudo reminds himself that he must become stronger. During his first life, he investigated how a peasant could gain power, beginning with his wisdom skill. Wisdom allows him to read books from across the world inside his mind. Using it from infancy, Ryudo discovered a mage's research on increasing a person's magical capacity. The research involved forcing talented children to practice magic from an early age. Magical growth was greatest during childhood, when the body was most adaptable. Expanding mana required draining it completely every day, but the pain and shock could drive even adults insane. Ryudo knew the method but could not endure it during his first life. In his second reincarnation, Fortitude allows him to withstand the pain. By repeatedly exhausting his mana during childhood, he can increase it hundreds of times faster. As a simple peasant, some goals should normally remain impossible. However, Ryudo now possesses the means to keep advancing until nobody can stop him. 2 years later, on his 4th birthday, he went to the village priest to use the status plate. It grew much more than expected. The total amount of mana was almost 7,000 units, and the status itself is visible only to the user of the plate. He liked this feeling when he walked alone because he was already 4 years old. He went to the mountains alone by himself to collect vegetables and herbs. The things he gives away when he returns from the mountains, he buys at the market. He does not go to the mountains, but he has money to buy them. The reason for this was Cordelia, who wanted to go with him to pick vegetables. But Ryudo said that he wasn't going to go with her. She then started whining that he didn't want to play with her and that she was lonely. He promised to play with her next time and apologized for it. Cordelia got angry and called him an idiot, then turned around and left, saying that she would not listen to him anymore. Ryudo must leave home to prevent this from happening again. Now, wherever he is, he doesn't have to think about money or where he's going. Standing next to the tree, he activated his physical ability enhancement skill, level 4. He works on the streets outside the city in the villages to earn money. If he uses his ability, then it is easy to earn money, even as a child. And he works to become stronger than ever. In the city he treated people, they were amazed by his powerful healing ability despite his age. It's not uncommon for children his age to use novice-level recovery magic, so he became an opponent of the merchants, opening his own instant healing shop. Even now he was increasing his mana pool, but it was too boring. He stopped healing once he had used up a lot of mana so that the fatigue would not look fake. Ryudo is busy spending mana and making money on the streets near the city hotels. He saved up a lot of money, which he collected in a chest under a tree. His stats continued to rise and he saw Cordelia ahead, who was still sulking at him. She was offended and did not listen to him, so she stood here since early morning. Then Ryudo reached into his backpack and pulled out a souvenir for her, a salad and bacon sandwich, which made Cordelia's mouth water and her stomach growl. She was as easy to take care of as usual, then she extended her hand to him. He thought she wanted to say that she was no longer angry with him, but that was not the case. She asked for his hand. She held his hand tightly and they began to talk about different things. They chatted about Cordelia's mother, whether she would listen to Ryudo, and so on. Another year passed. Cordelia asked Ryudo if he wasn't having fun. He replied that he was having fun, but he just wanted to run away from her. Today the trinket sellers had arrived. They would trade things from all over the world. They lived in a very remote village, so the arrival of traders was the event of the century. Cordelia asked him if his family would come. He replied that most likely not, because his parents lived simply and modestly, in other words, not rich but stingy. The weather has been terrible lately. One family almost sold their child, and they almost did it too. Then Cordelia asked him to say the word tan 10 times. When he started speaking and said tan for the last time, Cordelia asked him if it was the chicken that laid the eggs, and Ryudo quickly replied that chickens laid eggs. And he told her that she was not yet old enough to try to deceive him. This time she was going to catch him and wanted to ask him to say the word hate 10 times, but then she changed her mind and changed the word to love. Ryudo started saying the word love 10 times and Cordelia listened to him. When he finished, she started fidgeting. She was happy that he said he liked her, and she couldn't think of anything else to say. Ryudo stroked her because she said something really sweet. A childhood friend, a younger sister, a daughter, or even a niece. He didn't think of her as someone to fall in love with, but he definitely knows that she is dear to him. They finally came to a kind of festival where those same merchants were. There was a whole bunch of goods on the shelves, as well as various entertainment options. When Ryudo asked about snacks, Cordelia went somewhere and then returned with a bag. It was the money she had saved up. It wasn't much, and today was Ryudo's birthday. In fact, he had completely forgotten about it, and in his previous reincarnation, he remembered it more. He didn't think his birthday was so close, so he saved it for her birthday. Then he took out a hairpin and said that although he was in a hurry for 3 days, this was instead of her coins. He wished her a happy birthday by pinning a hair clip to her hair. Cordelia blushed at this unexpected event and jumped straight into Ryudo's arms. She kissed him sharply right on the lips, causing Ryudo to blush even more than she did. When he asked why she did it so suddenly, she replied that her mom and dad do that when they are happy together. He noticed that he had hit her right on the nose, and a kiss was not that important to Cordelia, but he couldn't believe it. She asked him if the hairpin he had just given her suited her. Ryudo immediately replied that it suited her very well. Then he suggested that she go back since they had bought everything they needed and that she hadn't forgotten anything. She thought about it and said she wanted an appetizer. They then bought her a honey snack that she had never tried. This girl will also say in the future that she has a separate stomach for sweets. When Ryudo came to the forest, he was looking for a strange old man who was somewhere far from the village, and he came here to see him. It definitely grows, but one way or another, it only improves magic and mana, and there is no point in that. When he knocked on the door, it opened slowly. He urgently needed a teacher, but there was an old man sitting in the room who asked who he was. When he took out the container, the old man immediately told him to get out because he was not going to teach anyone and he did not accept students. But Ryudo didn't come empty-handed, pouring the liquid from the container into a glass, and he drank it. When the old man asked him if he was trying to be funny, he replied that he was not and asked him if he had any water and called him by his name, Bernard. Bernard Arbasta, once called the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, but now his story is important. He was born a peasant, grew up and married in the village. They were poor, but they had a happy life. The incident occurred 3 years after the birth of his last daughter. He stood and looked at the giant monster that was eating someone. After a while, he spat out the small shoe right at Bernard's feet. He lost everything and disappeared from the village. Decades later, he appeared at the city swordsmanship competition. After the competition, he joined the victorious Knightly Order and became the next captain of the Knightly Order and put his heart and soul into destroying the orcs, for which he was nicknamed the Orc Slayer. Bernard asked that since he knew so much, he probably understood what happened, which is why he couldn't teach him. Then Ryudo took out another oddly shaped flask from his backpack. Bernard was shocked when he saw this flask. It was the only medicine that could save his life. He asked where Ryudo got so much money to buy the medicine. Ryudo then revealed his status and allowed others to see it, adding that he earned money through treatment, but that it was his secret. Looking at the dirty numbers on his status, Bernard asked if he was a demon or a divine gift because his magic level was 1923 and his mana was 10,420. But Ryudo replied that he was a completely simple peasant, just like him. Bernard then smirked when he heard this. He asked why a peasant whose mana was superior was begging to become his apprentice. If he wanted to learn magic, he could go to the Royal or even the Imperial Magic Academy. Ryudo is a peasant. No matter how much he wants to, he won't be able to use higher level magic. He needed to become stronger and immediately apologized for not being able to tell him everything. However, he noted that he would be very disappointed if he died. So Bernard stood up and asked him to wait a minute, and he went into the hidden room. He placed this medicine on the altar next to other things, mostly toys, flowers, and those same children's shoes, and he prayed at this altar. It was an altar dedicated to his family. Then he took out his knife. And when he came out to Ryudo, he saw that Bernard had shaved and asked if he was as handsome as before. It had already been 6 years since he started studying with Bernard. He was already 12 years old, and roughly speaking, it was about 72 months since the beginning of his training. In a week, a gang of goblins will raid the village. Cordelia will take the fight, but will be defeated several times and face defeat. However, after all this, the dragon will randomly appear and kill the skills, and all this happened in the past life. He decided to leave the village for a while. This time, he will come to the lair and see the dragon first, because there is something he needs to take care of. But as he thought, the first main thing is different. He slapped the person who approached him. They wanted to give him a morning kiss, wishing him good morning. It was his mother. He grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to calm down and listen. He asked her to stop kissing him in the morning, because he is already 12 years old and her morning kiss was good only until he was 6. His mother was shocked by these words, but then she said that he was right. Suddenly, she tried to hug and kiss him again, but he stopped her. Then she ran out of the house with tears in her eyes. Ryudo actually liked them, but he needed to start weaning himself off the family nest. There are 7 days left until the goblin raid, so he will ride the dragon and leave the village, and his medicine should be enough. 7 years ago, Bernard asked him if his goal was to learn the steel body skill. Steel body is a strengthening skill, but it is very different from the physical ability enhancement skill he has. Increased physical ability is a skill that multiplies all basic stats. For peasant jobs, this skill is an advantage compared to steel body, which increases basic stats. Increased physical ability is something to be thanked for when basic stats are very low. However, the steel body skill is a prerequisite for learning the physical ability enhancement skill. Ryudo understood everything, but asked him to come closer. And he said that he could already use physical ability enhancement, which made Bernard a little surprised. He wanted to know how he managed to increase his characteristics so much. Ryudo answered that anyone can increase them if they are not afraid of pain. The demonic gates are the same. It turns out he knows about forbidden skills. Demonic gates can actually open gates where demons live. When Bernard asked how he knew about the forbidden skill, he replied that he died in an accident and saw it. Steel body and physical ability enhancement are skills that are cancelled when the user runs out of mana, but Demon Gate eats the user's souls until it is cancelled. They started fighting. Bernard asked if Ryudo knew that if he exhausted his mana and brought himself to the brink of death, and did he still want to learn even now. Ryudo asked who he was talking to since he himself had over 10,000 mana and punched back, but Bernard caught his fist. If that was true, he could make full use of the Demon Gate. He promised him to make him strong. Clenching his fist, Ryudo confirmed that he would definitely become strong. He had done everything he could for these 12 years, and now there was only 1 week left. On the first day of the 4th month, Cordelia was told that they would be commissioning her as a knight the following month. During these 2 years in the Knight's Order, she will easily gain practical combat experience and become a knight at the age of 12. Although this was light combat experience, it was only in words. She should be thrown into the Royal Order as a squire, but due to connections, she will be the most respected in the team and she will be thrown into battle. Although she shuddered at the thought of fighting, she quickly told herself that a hero should not fear battle. She realized that she would be taking the lives of others. Suddenly, Cordelia's mother grabbed her hand and asked if she was afraid. This will be her first and last request. She thinks it is unfair, even though they receive financial support from other countries. Suddenly, her father asked her if she was afraid, because for a hero, this is the stupidest thing one can do. After all, Cordelia was awarded the title of hero by the Oracle himself. At that moment, her mother immediately jumped away from Cordelia, afraid of her father. Seeing her mother's frightened expression, she pressed her lips together but said that she was not afraid of it, but in her mind she wished she had not accepted this gift from the Oracle. Then she apologized and decided to go to her room. Her father wanted to walk her to her room and asked if she was well. She told him that she was fine and that he shouldn't worry, but she held her hand out straight towards him. And a moment later, she attacked her father with a powerful blow. It was her devastation magic, which she still had trouble controlling. In fact, she didn't want to do this, and looking at her father who was breathing with difficulty, she saw the looks of her relatives filled with fear. She ran away from home because she didn't understand what this power was, what a hero even meant. She could no longer understand anything and wanted help. Today was the flower festival. The city square was decorated with flowers to celebrate the arrival of spring. The streets were filled with food and drink vendors. But this year the festival was cancelled. They don't know the reason why the flowers aren't growing. Suddenly, someone called Cordelia from behind as she sat on the bench. It was Ryudo who wanted to show her something. It was a bad flower festival. Cordelia agreed with him. So he invited her to go with him, but she suggested that she change at his house first. He gave her a dress that his mother made. Even though they were the same age, Ryudo seemed like an adult, as if her childhood friend was an older brother. His back used to seem bigger, but she knows that the paths they take will be very different. Although they were always together from that moment on. What is it like to fight with animals? This world is cruel and merciless, but the world is beautiful. She was scared to think about it and wondered if it was wrong, but Ryudo replied that it was not strange or wrong, even though she was a hero. He added that if she didn't like it, she didn't have to do it, because she shouldn't have to bear such a burden. So he suggested that they run away together, where no one knows she's a hero. Even if 2 children run away from the village, they will not be able to survive, but if she agrees, then everything might work out. She was about to agree with him when suddenly they finally arrived at their destination. They came to a large flower garden, which was filled with flowers. It was a cherry blossom tree. Ryudo had bought seedlings for them about 6 years ago, and this was the first time she had seen these flowers. When she asked what this place was, Ryudo replied that he made this place himself and asked if everything was okay. She was surprised that he made this place himself, because Ryudo knew that she really liked flowers. And he did it for her. Cordelia clutched her heart, blushing deeply with emotion. She couldn't understand what it was, but the feeling, and then she understood. She received the power, but she is not the only one who has it. Ryudo, as a farmer, has the power of growing crops. Everyone is assigned a role, and it's all very simple. Her fighting strength, her heroic strength, gave her a new purpose to protect her friends from their enemies, so Cordelia thanked him for that. But she noticed that the flowers were too wonderful and asked how long it took. He answered that it took about 7 years of his life. Here you can start slow and with the basics. Cordelia said that people said that flowers would not grow this year. Then he said that a great disaster might happen. He said he had a premonition that the Earth Spirit's form was distorted. Or maybe he made it up because she still didn't understand anything. But Cordelia replied that she understood everything and no matter what happened, he would protect him because she was a hero. That day, only he could stand there and watch her cry. 2 years later, Cordelia was standing on the path when a gang of goblins appeared. In the village where he and she grew up, no matter what happened, it was her path, and she is powerless to escape her fate. Ryudo was running away from monsters in the village. It was a crowd of goblins that were chasing him. Suddenly he tripped, and at that moment the goblins jumped on him. But they were killed by Cordelia, who came to the rescue. She asked him if he was alive as she turned to face him. When he looked at her, he saw a goblin rise up behind her and swing his dagger. But Cordelia did not let down her guard and blocked his blow with her sword. She's here because she's going to clean up this place. Ryudo deliberately delayed his escape. He must do everything possible to ensure that the events of his previous reincarnation are repeated. If he resorts to force to defeat the goblin army, history will change and the red dragon will not appear, thus preventing him from entering its lair. It was black magic that left a rotting, incurable scar on Cordelia's arm. He was curious why she wore long sleeves all summer, but everything was fine and she won't die from it. He wondered why he wanted to become stronger. Is it really to become a hero or to be in a group of heroes? But that wasn't what he wanted. Why does he silently sharpen his fangs if not for moments like these? He asked himself. McLean Ryudo. No, he was Ijima Ryudo. He killed the goblin using the skills physical ability enhancement, steel body, and demonic gate. In the end, he actually did it. The goblins were enraged, but Ryudo easily crushed their huge crowd with just his bare hands. Blood was running down his hands, and the goblins were now hesitant to continue attacking. He felt quite a sharp pain, even though fortitude was active. Then he remembered that this was a child's body, just like Cordelia's. They will make her a hero, sacrifice her, and lay her down, taking on her soul. So he turned to her and asked her to leave the rest of the goblins to him. She was surprised that he was fighting. After all, he was a peasant who should run away. But Ryudo said that he was actually the strongest peasant in the world. The people hiding in their houses noticed that Ryudo from the McLean house was fighting at that place, and the mother who was praying behind heard it. She took up a pitchfork and was eager to fight to help her son, but other people held her back. Her father grabbed her by the neck and held her until she calmed down. Then he asked to look out the window. He realized that Ryudo had been doing something secretly all this time, and he tried to figure out what the purpose of all this was. Ryudo killed the goblins without any problem, but the weapons he used were too fragile. Suddenly, he was hit and flew into the barn of one of the residents. When the goblins ran towards the barn, a pitchfork suddenly flew out from there and stuck into one of the goblins. As expected of the village chief, he was a tool maker and thought it would be nice to have one at home as he picked up the sharp scythe. He cut through the goblins with great speed as he charged forward. Goblin archers started shooting at him. He then activated his crop cultivation skill and the ground grew out from under his feet, but it seems he can't use it for anything other than its intended purpose. Ahead he saw the goblin boss, who was wearing armor. He swung and hit Ryudo with his weapon. This boss was fast and powerful enough to put Ryudo under pressure. While he was flying, the boss managed to catch up with him in flight and deliver another blow. But suddenly, he stuck another pitchfork right into his neck. The boss fell to his knees, and then Ryudo called out to him. He threw a heavy axe at him, which pierced and remained in his head. When the boss was defeated, the other goblins began to doubt, but at that moment a huge paw stepped on them. It was the dragon who said that the oracle had foretold what had just happened, a time of danger for the small creatures, and he asked what had happened here. Ryudo then told him to read his mind, because it would be faster that way. He learned that the boy had received his promise, and he could not refuse him and would return him to the dragon's lair. Ryudo laughed because he said it word for word. But dragons never lie, which means he can force himself to take him for a ride. Cordelia asked him where he was going. He answered her that he was going to the dragon's lair and would return only after 5 years. She then asked why he was going there. Cordelia is a hero. Even though he is stronger now, she is able to catch up and defeat him within a year. It turns out that he will become as strong as the monster. He helps the hero, although he himself is a peasant, and he will finally leave the village for several years. But this was what Ryudo had to do. Normal people couldn't compare to someone like her. Suddenly, Cordelia shouted that of course she could. The peasant was stronger than the hero. He did all this while she didn't know, and he was doing crazy training while no one knew about it, and she asked why he was comparing himself to himself. Can't she protect him? Can he be serious and fight so much? He won't be able to see him for several years, and she hates it. Then Ryudo suddenly hugged her, which made Cordelia calm down for a second. He promised her that he would definitely come back, so he mounted the dragon and said goodbye to her. She told him that he was just making decisions based on his own whims and called him an idiot. Even when he came back, she wouldn't listen to him. In order to fulfill his promise to Cordelia, he will become stronger and will definitely return. And he finally flew into the dragon's lair. The dragon's lair is located in the middle of the continent, deep within the great forest, in an unknown territory. In the lair, all the dragons take on human form, and it seems that they do this to make it easier for them to build buildings and make clothes. However, the Dragon King's library is surprisingly huge. The girl said that she chooses the one who came the day before. Ryudo said that he wanted to meet the Dragon King, and the old man next to him told him to add the title Lord. This old man with the amazing hairdo is the human embodiment of the very red dragon that brought him here. Ryudo demanded to meet the Dragon King because this place was a reception room when she said that the Dragon King among all the races of the Holy Naga would only meet those who were chosen. Then he told her that she didn't understand it either and asked her to do something about it, when suddenly she muttered something. She said her name was Lilith, the name her parents gave her. Then he apologized for not addressing her by her first name. Looking at him, she realized that he was already 12 years old. The dragon race only accepts children who are not yet 12. Usually he will not be allowed to live here. It is either an abomination or a miracle. And he still hasn't paid for the bracelets she showed on her hand. They react to his status and show from 1 to 5 gold rings depending on rank. People who live in the lair are required to wear them. So to meet the Dragon Lord, your mana and health must be higher than normal. He asked why she had said that earlier and told her to look at his status card. When she saw his status, she immediately allowed him to meet with the Dragon King, which shocked the red dragon. He asked the librarian what she was talking about and took the status card to look at it, and saw his mana was 12,050 and his magic was 2154. Then he asked that he was a monster now, but Ryudo asked why he was so surprised since he had read his thoughts. The old man thought it was strange that he had a magical barrier, and thought that even the Lord King would have a hard time reading his thoughts completely. In other words, it was very hard to use mind magic against him, which was very useful for him. This saves him from the trouble of choosing an ability that protects against abnormal conditions. Then they left and Ryudo thanked Lilith for her help. Already at the king's, they were sitting on their knees. He allowed the man to raise his head. When he found out that he was reborn, he understood everything because it could not be otherwise for a child with such a status not to be reborn. He asked if there were other reincarnated people. The king replied that it was his friend from the past, and if it turned out to be Ryudo, he would surely understand his sense of style. Ryudo complimented him, and the king said that these clothes were avant-garde in this world and were very rare. He said that he thought so too and asked where he got it. The king replied that it was just something he came across on the way one day, just like Ryudo himself. And perhaps he has 5 suitcases for travel, all of them by accident, and the old man did not understand what was being discussed. Ryudo said that they could travel everywhere just like him and apologized for being blunt. The king replied that he was giving permission to read all the books located in the Dragon King's library. The old man who accompanied Ryudo then said that if he did something crazy in this library, he would not be able to bear such a burden. The king then transferred the guardianship of Ryudo from him of the red dragon race to himself. Anyone who has 5 gold rings on their bracelet has the same rights as the dragon race, or they can make that person part of the dragon race through an official ceremony. When Ryudo asked what it meant, the old man replied that it was a special treatment that had not been used until now. Instead of judging him for his sin, they completely accept him as one of the dragons. That's what the Lord King said. Then the king remembered that he had not given permission to raise the old man's head. He instantly hit his head on the floor, admitting his humiliation. He was deceived by his carelessness. But he really is a dragon king, and it seems like he can make Ryudo disappear in an instant if he wants to. But even so, he was not going to change his usual speech, so he asked why he addressed him in a special way. The king replied that there were 2 reasons for this. The first is his status. He is distorted. His mana alone is superior to the king's mana, so he is obliged to respect it. It was also simple. It means showing respect to the strong. Anyway, this is his second try in this world, he asked. Ryudo replied that it was indeed so, but wondered why he was saying it as if it was important. This is where the second reason for his special treatment of him appears. He asked if he could comprehend this and said, "Your actions are leading this world to destruction." When Ryudo heard this, he was surprised. The king realized that his gears were starting to turn, and he was beginning to realize this because the princess he was protecting. Only one of the 4 oracle heroes in this world and era, the most important people who will protect the world from the great calamity. To destroy the darkness of despair with the swords of hope, that is the duty of heroes. The king asked if heroes weren't supposed to be the strongest, greatest people who protect the weak by driving out demons. Then Ryudo asked what was the matter. The Dragon King asked him what would happen if the peasant protected the hero. From the moment he repelled the goblins, history went down a path of madness. She was bound to take a few wounds while protecting him, gaining the advantage from it, but more importantly, without relying on her position as a hero, she would push herself to the limits to become stronger. And he asked if Ryudo didn't have the same feeling right now. He spoke of the feeling of wanting to become stronger to protect those dear to him, stronger than anything. A 15-year-old girl was hailed as a dragon slayer. Even for a hero, Ryudo thinks that someone could get there on a whim or out of bravery. The goblin raid was the incident that should have awakened her, but he took care of that. The subject of the rescue saved the rescuer and thus made the series of incidents insignificant. And this was the fate predetermined for this world, but now they were faced with a dubious transition to another path. Dragon Slayer is the name of a hero who has dedicated his entire life to preparing for an adventure. Although the Dragon King cannot foresee everything, and he does not know what form the great calamity will take. However, he will say only one thing: the world has slid into destruction. And so on, but Ryudo is the first human child. He was a little disappointed, but it was not unreasonable, since his actions were on the scale of changing the world. Ryudo lowered his head and asked if Cordelia wouldn't be around as long as the hero. This time, she is unable to defeat the evil dragon again, and will eventually die. And so, she just needs to become stronger, Ryudo said. With a smirk on his face, he slapped his chest and added that he would take the path of the strong, stronger than the dragon slayer and even the hero. And so the peasant will tame the evil dragon. Ryudo actually plans to become her mark and take on all this burden, so it is normal for a hero to be weak like her. Then the Dragon King realized that he will be a heroic protector no matter what. So he hurried him and asked him to convey the Dragon King's divine protection. Suddenly the king grabbed his head, and he asked him if he had gotten too carried away for a human being. But Ryudo did not back down and said that the dragon path was much more effective, so he would sell his soul to the demons or the dragon path. When he asked if Ryudo understood what he was talking about when he mentioned the demonic path, he replied that it was exactly like that, otherwise he wouldn't want it, so he bowed his head before the king, even if it was only in passing. The old man, listening and watching this, really wanted to go home. The Dragon King asked if he really thought he would allow someone who was bound to a contract with demons to live, so he was going to listen to his last request if he had one. Then Ryudo asked him if he liked this type of game. A second later, the king immediately softened and patted him on the shoulder, laughing, and confirmed that people like him were his favorite. And when they shook hands, something happened to Ryudo. This was the Dragon King's divine protection. It practically suppressed the peasant's primary factors in relation to leveling up. With this, he will be able to level up without any restrictions. However, he was unlucky that in this world there is an experience accumulation ban system. In another world different from the game, the way to gain experience is to obtain life force from the opponent and use physical or magical ability enhancements. However, he always remained at level 1. Until now, all of his stats were improved due to labor points. In addition, the profession is a level of growth controlled by a god's curse. For example, when the level increases, the hero's attack increases by 10 units, when the peasant's only by 3. What this fixes is the Dragon King Divine Protection title. It rewrites the peasant's growth limit to one of the Dragon Path Dragoon. It cannot surpass the hero profession, but the class growth rate is much higher, along with the sages. Ryudo will level up and become stronger from now on. The king then checked the watch on his wrist and said that time was running out and asked if he needed anything else. But that was all Ryudo wanted. Then the king asked what he was going to do after that. Ryudo replied that he would work hard to level up quickly. 2 days passed after the goblin attack, after which the government quickly sent several researchers to count the damage. The authorized miracle officers carefully wrote down all the words of the peasants. There were no eyewitnesses. They established a law of silence and destroyed all information about Ryudo's birth. They probably reported that it was the result of the hero's efforts. People only asked for an explanation that it was a clouding of memory due to the overtaking chaos. When Cordelia saw Ryudo's parents, she ran up to them, and then she apologized, bowing low. She couldn't express herself properly, but she said that Ryudo went to the dragon's lair, as she believed, because of him, because of her, he did something crazy and put his life on the path. But her father told her not to worry. After all, Ryudo went on a journey of his own free will, and guys have to be cool in front of girls. He also said, "Your dear son is going to travel," said Ryudo's mother. "They will protect the place where he can return, that's why everything is okay," they told Cordelia. In the forest on the outskirts of the dragon's lair. In the underground labyrinth, the first trial of the Rite of Trials, Ryudo was running away from the giant minotaur monster because he could not defeat him. When he walked out the door, he sat down to rest because the trial monsters cannot leave the room. His expedition had been planned for several months, and there was one problem. Lilith leaned towards him and asked what he would do and if he would give up. After all, the trial rite is impossible for a first-level peasant. Hours earlier in the Dragon King's library, Lilith saw signs of a struggle on Ryudo. He said that there were some low-level guys even among the Dragon King. Then he approached her because he heard that Lilith was going to leave the dragon's lair tomorrow and asked if it was true. She didn't answer, which meant it was true. When Ryudo asked if it was because of him, she replied that it wasn't really because she didn't have a protector. This was what the Red Dragon and the Dragon King said. The only condition for people to live in the dragon's lair is the existence of a dragon watching over them. The dragon of the earth who took care of Lilith is very strong and kind, but a month ago he grew old. He understands that people without protectors must leave the lair, but it is cruel to force a child to do such a thing. And Lilith is a man with 3 golden rings, and he asked if they could do something. Then, a little hesitantly, she showed the tattoo near her neck on her collarbone. This was the worst-case scenario. This tattoo, the slave brand, as the name suggests, is given to slaves. The mark of a slave is a symbol of weakness, a hard-won coexistence in a dragon society where power is absolute. And the slave mark is an ability that completely brainwashes, basically a type of curse that cannot be undone or erased, making one unable to go against the established rules. Before Lilith came here, she was already a slave before reaching the age of recognition. Even now, she is still a child and still can't do anything. Ryudo understands what will happen to Lilith if she were to return to the outside world now. She said that everything was fine. She had a name, Lilith, given to her by her father. With this name, she will be able to continue living anywhere. Then Ryudo decided to speak directly. Since they were the same age, he took out a bag from his pocket. And he told her to start preparing for her journey because they were going underground. Although he challenged the dungeon in a fit of anger, it all ended the same way. He is a human but became a D-rank dragon citizen, and the requirement to become a guardian is to be a mature dragon. That's why he went through all these formalities to become an adult dragon, namely the rite of passage to become the guardian of Lilith. Lilith realizes that he is the strongest level 1 peasant, and she is glad that he is trying to help her. But she asked him to stop risking his life. She made her decision, but before she could say anything about what they do with slaves who were expelled from the dragon's lair, Ryudo shut her up by hitting the wall with his fist. He told her not to rush into becoming a slave again. She would be in trouble if he died senselessly because of her. He still had time to retreat now and take the test after he leveled up. But that wasn't a solution, Ryudo told her. If he leaves her here, he won't be able to become a replacement for the hero. He's doing this for himself, so she doesn't need to take it into her head. Suddenly, he looked at the crack he had made in the wall. The dirt wall, according to his previous information, should be quite fragile, and if that was true, he would be able to dig right through it. So he wanted to ask Lilith to collect as many bracelets as he could find in this forest. Ryudo told her to collect freshly cut branches, but she didn't understand what they were for. When she came to him, he said that the preparations were finally complete. Lilith saw some firewood nearby and didn't understand when he had managed to collect it. Ryudo held the branch in his hands as he walked. If he used the ability cultivate crops even on a damp log, it would dry out and become a great log. He studied the information about the trials using the ancestors' wisdom ability. The gatekeeper minotaur is a familiar summoned by dragons. They have conditions such as the inability to leave the location and much more. If you throw logs through holes in the walls and then set them on fire with fire and air magic, and after 10 hours open the door, then the minotaur will die from poisoning, and all because carbon monoxide will eventually form, thus they will defeat the gatekeeper. He had risen as he had finished with the keeper, so it was time for the next test. The second test was the steel golem. The location looks the same as it was said. He is small, with high maneuverability and defense. With his attack, he will not be able to harm him with a sword, and also the guardian can chase them outside the location this time. Then he decided to take out a folding shovel. the opening of which made Lilith shudder in surprise. She asked what he was doing. Ryudo replied that he was digging a hole. This will take some time, so you can even take a nap. But she said they couldn't do it. They've already spent a lot of time on the first trial, the dungeon, and they won't be able to finish the lower floors even after half a day. Ryudo then asked why they had to complete the dungeon on time. They are in the dungeon now. Lilith nodded at him in response. And when he asked if anyone would come here to drive them away, she replied that no one would come. He then asked again if they should finish on time. But Lilith still answered that it was necessary because the dragon's promise is unbreakable. Ryudo told her not to worry about the time they would spend in the dungeon. Even though Lilith thought it was true, if they continued to act so casually, she would get angry. Then Ryudo told her to be angry as much as she wanted. When she heard these words, she first thought and then growled like a beast, feigning anger. She began to burn with shame, and Ryudo realized that she was doing a bad job of what she said. He understands what a great man her former protector was. Ryudo absolutely cannot allow such a cutie to remain alone in this world. A full 15 hours had passed since they had dug the hole, and now they had decided to do everything as planned. He activated the abilities of the steel body, the path of the demon, and the increase in physical abilities, and ran to distract the steel golem. He ran out of the room and drove him into the very hole he was digging, and of course he fell. Then some liquid was poured on it. Everything went according to plan. For an iron doll without an ounce of intelligence, everything was final. This hole was all in oil, and that was enough to ensure there was no chance of getting out. This test is designed to train dragons against dumb and strong enemies, and the way to defeat such a one is to simply throw it into the pit. But Lilith still decided to ask if it was right to go through it this way. So Ryudo reminded her of his ability called Wisdom, and what he knows is that there is something better waiting for them ahead. It was a bonus level that contained goblins. When he saw the two of them, they ran away in fear and hid behind the columns. It was a goblin breeding ground, or a feeding place for familiars outside of trials. There are many summoned familiars in the dungeon for testing. Of course, they need a place to feed and grow. And this is life being prepared to be eaten. This is all really hard. Their lives are cut short for the convenience of others. He was exactly the same before. So he'll get it. Then he started killing goblins. And in the end, he killed everyone he could. As a result, his level rose from 12 to 38, and his increased accordingly. When they moved forward, he saw something. This was the third test, whale catfish. He thought it was some kind of huge island. But this guy was slimy, and there was nothing he could do about him, except they needed to get some water so he could wash off the goblin blood. So he started walking towards this island. Lilith got a little worried about it. But Ryudo told her not to worry, as he was ready for anything with wisdom, and whale catfish should be in hibernation. Suddenly something grabbed him, wrapped itself around his neck, and pulled him under the water. He couldn't understand why he was moving if he was in hibernation, as if it was an illusion. Then he saw another whale catfish at the bottom. The catfish made a very angry face when he realized that he had managed to catch the child. But Ryudo stabbed him in the forehead with a dagger so that he wouldn't underestimate him. If he is big, he will be able to fight him. He still has air, and that was because he had more health after leveling up. He wondered if it was a baby catfish, or if he had broken his hibernation, or had even woken up earlier. This will be a lesson not to rely on old literature. Suddenly, someone grabbed him again. This time it was his parent who had woken up. He wondered why it had awakened from hibernation. The only options were the smell of blood and the killing of the cub, but he urgently needed to come up with a way to escape as quickly as possible. The magic didn't work. Then he remembered how he had drowned in the same way because of Moses in his past life. Suddenly he was struck by electricity, which also affected the monster and created a strong flash. Lilith pulled him out from under the water until he finally coughed up the fluid from his lungs. She said that with his magic level, she bet that he could withstand that electric shock, so she went all out since she has 3 gold bracelets. Ryudo asked why she didn't run away, since she had promised him when she entered the labyrinth that she would run away if he got into trouble. Suddenly she slapped him and asked him not to make fun of her. How could she just stand there and do nothing, knowing that Ryudo was in trouble? And she told him with tears in her eyes not to take everything on his shoulders. Don't waste your life and don't save it on your own whim. She asked him what she would do if he died because of her. Ryudo then took her hand and placed his other palm on her cheek, telling her to do everything they could to survive. And he asked if this was enough. Lilith smiled and nodded to him. The fourth trial is the Corridor of the Undead, which is more of a labyrinth complex with high-level undead rather than a corridor. There is no water here, and the only way to replenish supplies is to return back to the previous point, to the underground lake. Even if the test takes several weeks, it can be completed in 20 minutes. The rule of all labyrinths is that if you notice the engraved mark and change it according to the rule, you can quickly pass the labyrinth. This is a test of knowledge of ancient writings and recognition of drawings. They had escaped from every trial, and Lilith didn't think they could defeat the Guardians at levels as deep as this. Ryudo agreed if they continued to go down. After all, below was the fifth test, the nest of the lower fire dragons. Although lesser fire dragons have less brains than a house lizard, they are just as dangerous in combat as normal dragons. That's why Lilith said you need to gain more experience at the early levels, but it wasn't just more. It was necessary to collect everything from the upper and lower levels. But first, he suggested taking a rest by digging a hole in the wall. Lilith was about to object when he suddenly grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her into his arms. He told her not to force herself because she had used all her mana against the whale catfish. It was safe here, and the preparation would take half a day regardless of their choice, so now it was time to rest. Then Lilith slowly closed her eyes, giving in to sleep. She began to dream about the cart she was riding in, when suddenly the cart flipped over onto its side. It was the fault of the robbers who attacked them. But before he could harm Lilith, giant claws suddenly wrapped around him. They crushed the robber right before Lilith's eyes, and she saw him. A beautiful, huge creature that she began to be drawn to. In human form, the dragon sat and read books when he noticed that Lilith, whom he had sheltered, was spying on him, and then they began to study books together through the years. And so, the moment came when the dragon became completely old and weak. Unfortunately, he died, and Lilith was taken to another place. At that moment, she woke up with tears in her eyes. She did not understand how long she had slept, and then she heard some sounds and light. When she arrived at the spring, she saw Ryudo, who was covered in blood and doing something. He said it was all due to overusing magic. It was tolerable with his skill, but it keeps draining his health as passive damage. But he will be cured with restoration magic after he finishes what he wants to do, which is set fire. It turns out he had been doing this all this time, but then she began to dissuade him because this was not a solution, because even the dragon's breath would not be able to bring him down if fired continuously, and especially with his life magic. But Ryudo said that she was wrong, because there was no point in arguing if it could be done, and he had to cope. He caught fire, and suddenly there was a flash. The fire began to spread very quickly, and all because Ryudo's roots were connected to the entire frame. These roots grew quickly if he added warmth and nutrition. In addition, if he used his ability, he would increase the growth rate. The incomprehensible power of plants can create cracks and destroy strong structures, and if you add fire and wind into these cracks, then a very big fire will break out in an instant. His level began to rise very quickly, just like a wizard needs extensive knowledge of magic to kill an enemy with one enemy. In this way, he earned much more experience by hitting the enemy with his magic. The underground labyrinth was the holy city of the dragon people, and the cost of repairing and reconstructing the place would be astronomically huge, but Ryudo had no intention of paying for it all. He seemed to care about those who had rejected Lilith, and he asked if there was any point in becoming a dragon guard now. Lilith was shocked by his words, but she couldn't help but laugh out loud at his words. She was amazed by him, and he exceeded all her expectations. She could do nothing but laugh. That was the end. Ryudo passed 80 levels with this, and he activated the crop growth ability, causing the fire to flare up even more. When it was all over, he suggested going back upstairs. He prepared his equipment to deal the finishing blows to the whale catfish and the armed golem. They were at the first trial of the Minotaur, and Ryudo was holding a huge axe in his hands. He started waving it and even threw it up so he could catch it without any problems. The axe was damn easy, and all because of the level up effect. If that's the reason, then this needs to be done again. In the second test of the armed golem, he grabbed the golem with a hook and pulled it out of the pit. By killing him, Ryudo finally reached level 100. After reaching this level, he gains the ability that differentiates an expert from a normal one, the master ability. The ability is weak compared to magic attack, a low-level ability, but it is a great ability for a peasant. Who knows what someone like Ryudo, with around 20,000 mana, would be capable of? He really wanted to find out. So he asked Lilith to wait there for a couple of seconds. In the third trial of the whale catfish, he activated a new skill, Peasant's Fury. Lilith was sitting in the back and heard a loud explosion, and when she looked out from the axe, then she was accidentally scared by Ryudo, who had already managed to finish with the catfish. As Ryudo said, the experiment was an incredible success. But it will be difficult to use this in a real fight because the mana drain is truly impressive. With these words, he fell into Lilith's arms. He ended up falling asleep instantly while Lilith was holding him. She sat down and placed him on her lap. Only one test remained. The final test is the decisive battle with the zombie dragon. A zombie dragon is not much different from a dragon before death. Their souls are retained in their bodies by secret dragon arts after death. All the skills they possessed are sealed, and their status changes from dying to undead. He can't become a guardian in his weakened state, even if he is undead. The real purpose of this test is to pay tribute to the change of generation. Old dragons who have become zombies pass on their skills to the victorious younger generation in this ritual. Through this ritual, zombies with high divinity can become dragon gods and ascend. Young dragons can become stronger by learning skills and become mature dragons. Those who pass the test receive the Divine Dragon's Blessing skill, which increases the potency of all buffs by almost 1.5 times. It cannot be compared to the skill of a level 100 hero, but in order to make a breakthrough in the level of heroes, he wants to obtain this skill at any cost. They finally went down to the end and saw an altar in a large, spacious room. It was Lilith's father who stood and waited humbly. That's how it happened, so Ryudo pushed Lilith back and walked forward. The Earth Dragon died about a month ago. There was no sign that anyone had undergone the testing ritual during this time. After undergoing the testing ritual, it takes at least a month to restore the labyrinth to its original state. This ritual is definitely the funeral of Lilith's father, the Earth Dragon, who is the guardian at the moment. The dragon tried to hit him, but he was able to jump up. Then the dragon began to shoot large shards of earth at him, and Ryudo only jumped away from them, slowly approaching the dragon. Suddenly, a huge sledgehammer was aimed at him, which sent him straight to the ground. The dragon had already begun to approach him. How the dragon suddenly found itself immobilized by roots thanks to the cultivation of agricultural crops. The roots quickly grew and completely surrounded the dragon's body. But with a loud roar, the dragon broke all the bonds made by Ryudo. This didn't even slow him down, as he suddenly noticed that the seeds began to grow. Because of this, the dragon also figured out how to start removing them, and they began to grow because he pumped them with too much mana. He hit Ryudo with his paw, causing him to fly straight into the wall. He was very strong. Ryudo began to dodge the dragon's attacks while pulling out his hook. He wrapped the hook around the axe and began to spin. Even if he is strong, it doesn't seem like Ryudo can fight them. He began to hit him repeatedly. Ryudo understood a little why the dragons considered the battle sacred. They wanted to test his strength to surpass his former self. This dragon was too strong when he slammed him into the ceiling. But it was a lot of fun for Ryudo. He used Steel Body and Demon Gate. Jumping onto the axe, he jumped straight down from it. Ryudo has always only used physical ability enhancement. Even if he uses all his skills, he will not be able to match the dragon, but by using two enhancing abilities at the same time, he can even exceed the dragon's expectations. Activating Peasant's Fury, he wanted to hit him with all his strength. So he landed right on the dragon's carcass, causing massive damage to it. When he was already lying covered in blood and not moving, Ryudo took the axe and was about to finish him off by swinging it, but then he managed to notice something behind him. So he thrust the axe into the ground, not reaching the weakened dragon. When Lilith asked him why he stopped, he replied that he could not do it. While she was making that face, Lilith was crying, looking at him. When she realized this, she couldn't understand why she was crying. Father had already become a divine dragon, and that was good. She turned away from him. And all because she is human. Even though she is used to the terms of dragons, the human part in her resists it, and nothing can be done about it. But even so, she will need to finish him off with her own hands, because she is the child of an earth dragon. As a dragon and a human, she must do what her father would want most and finally accept that their family is broken. But she said that in that case, the divine dragon's blessing would go to her, not Ryudo. And he replied that there was no need to worry about it. And he told her to show her father what she could do. Gathering her courage, she walked over to him and lay down on him, closing her eyes. With tears in her eyes, she thanked her father for picking her up and taking care of her. With one movement, she struck his body, and it began to crumble with a loud crack. Slowly and surely, he dissolved into thin air until there was literally nothing left of him. To calm Lilith down, Ryudo walked up to her and hugged her. She asked him for permission to sit like this for a couple more minutes. And Ryudo didn't mind. He even allowed her to cry as much as she wanted. He hugged her like her father had in the past, placing his hand on her back and on her head. After a while, she finally calmed down and thanked him for this gesture. Even if he didn't get this skill, simply leveling up shouldn't be a problem. But suddenly he saw in his status that he had the divine dragon blessing skill, and he couldn't understand why he had this skill. Lilith didn't understand either, because she also received this skill. They looked at each other with incomprehension. But then Ryudo couldn't help but let out a small snort. And only after that did he laugh out loud. He just knew something like this would happen. While he was laughing, Lilith asked him what was the matter. He apologized and said that her father seemed like an idiot who was a caring parent. Giving him this ability was like asking Ryudo to take care of his daughter. And also, lightly pushing her on the chest with his fist, he said that her father was with her right at her heart. From these words, Lilith's eyes filled with tears again. When she asked what they would do once they returned to the surface, Ryudo replied that he would spend time in the Dragon King's library and then travel the world, leveling up and collecting skills and equipment. He will become her protector and vouch for her so that she can do whatever she wants, such as continue working as a librarian. Or he then offered to go on a trip with him. She happily agreed. More than 10 years ago, the Earth Dragon was beaten and was on the verge of death. His opponent was the evil dragon. Dragons fight even if they know they can't win. The best reward for a dragon is to be defeated by someone stronger. But he didn't want that, he admitted to himself. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in some house in the guise of an old man. He began to check his body, gesturing with his hands and touching himself. A girl came up to him and made him tea and suggested that they enjoy it together. The old man thanked her. At the table, he asked her why she saved him. But he asked not to misunderstand him. For 10 years, he recovered in human form under her care. She even provided him with clothing and housing. He said that there was no need for that. The remains of the dragon were worth an immeasurable amount, and the person who ignored this, he could not understand it. The old man hated him. He thought that he would still die in that place. It was a dishonor for a dragon to continue to live after defeat, but he lost even this feeling and wondered what the meaning of these changes was. The girl asked him why she did this. At least her family lost their happiness in the pursuit of wealth. He asked her how her family was doing now, but wondered why he was listening to this man. It wouldn't make him stronger after all. It was a waste of time, but nevertheless, he apologized for touching on such a sensitive topic. But the girl was not against it and was going to tell him her story. She told him that it was in a sanatorium and that she was sick. Her husband died 2 years ago. She was also from a noble family. But after the sudden death of her husband, she could no longer stand it and fell into the abyss of intrigues of the nobility. Moreover, she did not cope with her job, accumulated a lot of debts, and her family was divided. Now she settled it all but lived alone and has no way to contact any of her relatives. She searched everywhere but to no avail. People are weak creatures who feel better by showing their weaknesses to someone else. Even so, she said that she would get better and go on a journey to find her daughter. Suddenly, the old man said that her illness could not be cured, and he looked at her with a special eye. As it turned out, the rumors about the dragon reading minds were true. He apologized because even in the secret arts of dragons, there was nothing that could cure this plague. Dragons are creatures that quickly leave this world. She lied so as not to disturb him. This human emotion is called empathy. Most of this woman's heart is filled with love for her daughter. Although she faced death due to an incurable plague, she worries about her child. He wondered why she still cares about others. What is the difference between humans and dragons? Why a mother's heart is so strong and pure? Then he stood up and said that she had lied to him, and dragons hate lies. But the one who made her lie was him. Turning into a dragon, he said that he could not forgive himself, so he would fulfill her deepest wish. He would find and save her daughter in her place. Thus dragons repay their debts, and he flew away. The girl was about to tell her daughter's name, but the dragon already knew that her name was Lilith, and he would definitely take care of her, so he wished her good luck on her journey. With tears in her eyes, she fell to her knees and entrusted everything to him. Several years later, he brought Lilith to a certain grave. It was the grave of his benefactor, so he wants Lilith to also pray for her happiness in the next life with him. He thanked her for saving him. When she realized that there is no such thing as a knight in shining armor, a messenger came to Cordelia's family, and her father was delighted with the message, but her mother looked at Cordelia with a worried face. After some time, she was already wearing a military helmet and holding a sword in her hands. They knighted her. The people rejoiced, but the people had masks on their faces. And through the joyful masks, one could feel the contemptuous glances. She will become a hero. She will have to fight for everyone in this world. She was asked what she wanted. She wanted to protect everyone, but she was afraid of it. I was afraid of these devils, evil dragons, demon lords, and those smiles too. What were they hiding behind the expressions on their faces? She believed that she couldn't do it, even if she wanted to believe it. Ryudo was the one who said he would help her. No matter where she is or who her opponent is, he will rush in and tear apart all the enemies. So after making a pinky promise, he told her to be confident and do what she wants. These words made her very happy. This guy seemed strangely grown up to her. In childhood, she was like a little sister to him, and he was an older brother to her, but also he was her knight in shining armor. But they were different. He was a peasant and she was a hero herself. Their statuses, growth rates, and skills were all different. The gap between them was huge. Even though they didn't mind, those around her didn't recognize her and didn't forgive her. But she was happy with it. It's okay if the hero is just protecting the villagers. Protecting every life and their smiles is her job. But this phenomenon happened on her 12th birthday. The peasant became stronger than the hero. His power was 5,100 steps behind her then. She didn't think that he would be able to save her from anything. There is no such thing as a knight in shining armor. But there is a friend who will protect the world with her. The knights around Cordelia laughed loudly as they drank at the bar. She told the story again. She was a child then, and there is no way for a peasant to become stronger than a hero, one of the people said. Although thanks to him she escaped death, he asked for laughter in the studio. After all, her peasant in shining armor had gone on a journey with the dragon, and they asked her if he had not been so frightened that he had run away. Another told everyone to stop laughing at Lady Cordelia, adding that the stories were about young peasants who defeated the goblins. Despite this, even if the lady were to kill 100,000 goblins now and gain experience from them, given his growth rate, they would not be able to fight side by side. He was told that he was the one making fun of her the most right now, and the blonde apologized for accidentally embarrassing her. He simply added details to her words. The goblin incident was recorded and published 3 years ago to conclude that her magical power was out of control. And the boy named Rudo died, and this death clouded and obscured her memories. This story is an illusion that she herself created, and if Rudo was really here. But without finishing her thought, she slapped herself in the face to calm herself down. And she decided to go out for some fresh air. The brunette joked with her that if she was going to pick flowers, then they were on the other side, but he was just drunk. Suddenly, they were both hit right on the head with fists. They were both told to stop fooling around. The only reason they're here deep in the forest drinking is because of the hero's sixth sense ability, so they should be grateful and respect it. Cordelia drank water from a small cup. She collected water from a barrel nearby. The target of this expedition is the sandworms. They received direct orders from the guarantor that the monsters here are too strong. All the knights in the order are magnificent and defeat the monsters with ease without her help. But her heart was beating very hard when suddenly someone called her. It was the leader of the squad. When he asked if something was going on, she nodded awkwardly. Then the squad leader shouted for all the fighters to pay attention to him. He gave the command to form a circle of 5 people per team and remain alert even if they did not see the enemy. There was only one enemy, but she had a very bad feeling about it, and she suggested that they all retreat. Therefore, the leader gave the order to everyone to retreat and begin to retreat back, maintaining formation. Suddenly, his head was cut into several pieces. In an instant, their leader was dead and beheaded. The leader's body fell to the ground, and in the distance, someone began to laugh. And she said that it was impossible to escape from her because she would not allow anyone to escape, and because she was going to kill them all, said the girl with the umbrella. It was the evil dragon Amantha. This appearance and aura, there is no mistake. Until now she has been devouring young heroes, which means Cordelia is her target. But this was war, so she commanded the knights to surround her, because if everyone fought, they could cope. Suddenly she noticed that the knights were standing still and were afraid. Amantha asked Cordelia if she was an idiot, and she asked why she thought she killed the squad leader first. The knights relied on her sixth sense. Everyone realized that the evil dragon was stronger than her when she allowed him to go behind their backs. Besides her title as a hero, she is just a little girl. No one will listen to her orders. Suddenly someone shouted to stay alert. It was an older man. He ordered them to form a wedge in groups of 3. Don't be afraid, because there is only one evil dragon here. If they fight well, they cannot be defeated. That day she swore that she would be the knight who would help the hero. The magicians began to conjure the wind, and it headed towards Amantha. Others activated the ability 3x shield charge. But Amantha merely thrust her umbrella forward and repelled their attacks with great ease. Shields are a ploy, a winning tactic that relies on one person to use a parry to seal the opponent's skills, and the other 2 to use a counterattack ability to prevent the opponent from dodging. But her attack wasn't sealed, causing them to be pierced through, but even so, one of them grabbed her. They then used the counter skill hammer to attack her. but Amantha dodged it with ease. She decapitated 2 in an instant and added another while she was in the air. Cordelia ran towards her, but Amantha kicked her in the head, causing her to hit the ground face first. She called them extremely fragile because she stroked them so gently and they all broke. The knights stood in shock and began to run in different directions. She called it sweet that they still thought about running away. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a huge monster appeared from the bushes. He raised his club and began to kill all the knights one by one. Amantha lifted Cordelia's head, called her an orc killer, and made her watch as her orc friends wanted to thank her, so she took them with her and asked what she would do. Then Cordelia saw her charges die at the hands of the orcs. Then Amantha tossed her aside, saying that her friends had returned. When she looked up, she saw someone walking towards her. They were knights, but already resurrected from the dead. She ordered them to defile the hero, so they attacked her. Cordelia had to finish off her already dead but revived friends. She looked at Amantha with hatred in her eyes. She then quickly killed one of the orcs and ordered all the knights to calm down, because if they fought in cold blood they would do it, but the knights began to run away in fear. Then they were killed by a very heavy energy bullet. Amantha asked how Cordelia was feeling. But she can certainly understand that the hero is incapable of organizing the most terrible knightly order. She attacked Cordelia with an energy bullet, but she managed to knock it into the ground. Amantha remarked that she was surprisingly good. Then she began to launch several of these projectiles at once, and Cordelia began to repel them all as best she could. But after a while she got tired of doing this, and her hands could no longer rise. Amantha asked if she had given up already. Another energy projectile flew at her, which she dodged by jumping back. Suddenly, the projectile changed direction and hit Cordelia straight, which broke her arm, and Amantha laughed when she was able to deceive her. Then several more of these projectiles flew at her, seriously injuring her. In the end, Cordelia was left all alone. Amantha asked her if she was happy, since the place was full of orcs. When she saw her gaze filled with pain, she saw happiness in them. She loved to watch how orcs eat a person. They start slowly with the fingers and toes. At first, people scream and ask for help during their agony, but soon they begin to think about death. And Amantha loved those expressions that people made in agony, so she allows them to live forever with their magic restored. She never gets tired of looking at these expressions. She adores them. She literally wants to hug them. And she began to laugh loudly and angrily. Cordelia wanted to avoid this humiliation. Suddenly she grabbed her face and put her hands straight into her mouth. Taking out some grain from it, she asked what it was. It turns out that Cordelia was planning to kill herself with poison, which she called very pathetic. Amantha then added that she had failed as a hero. When she looked at her more closely, she realized that Cordelia had already closed her heart. Heart close is a skill that recovers from B-rank psychological status ailments, and S-rank psychological skills will have no effect until the skill is cancelled, and the user cannot move until the skill is cancelled. She tries to pass out before it all starts. But even for Amantha, it was difficult to dispel the hero's psychological ability, which puzzled her. And she called Cordelia the epitome of boredom during the loss. Deciding to deliver the final blow, she reassembled the energy projectile and fired it straight at Cordelia. Suddenly, someone managed to reflect this projectile with just a sword. Moreover, this man managed to redirect the projectile at one of the orcs. When Cordelia realized this, she stood up abruptly because she couldn't believe it. It was her knight in armor, and when she turned around, she saw Rudo, who apologized for being late. He had heard that Cordelia had encountered an evil dragon in the forest, but he had not been privy to the details but had arrived here at the bright flashes of gunfire. Then Rudo began to treat Cordelia. He noticed how her hand was shaking differently than everyone else's. Cordelia was shaking because she had promised that she would never listen to him in her life. But Rudo hugged her and told her that he had caused her trouble again and apologized for it while she cried on his chest. Suddenly he turned around sharply. He threw his helmet straight at Amantha, destroying her projectile. She was amazed that he was able to defend himself against her attack twice. Rudo told her not to go into the church for their next meeting. Amantha began to wonder who he was, because he was definitely not a hero. He replied with a grin that he was a peasant and asked if there was a problem with that. She really didn't sense any signs of a hero from him, but she still wondered if being a peasant really made him strong. On the other hand, the fact that she was an evil dragon didn't really help her. Then Rudo looked behind them and saw the corpses of the knights. He asked Amantha if she had a reason to kill them. Didn't dragons seek out battles with strong opponents, and wasn't all this just a simple slaughter, he asked. Amantha laughed and asked him what other reasons she could have for killing weaklings. At least she found it amusing. Ryudo then told her to stop laughing and swung his sword, but she dodged it. The counterattack that Amantha then made was avoided by Ryudo with his quick movements. Amantha was able to examine his sword and noticed that it was rare, then asked him where he got it from. Landing on his blade, she said that this sword was not suitable for him. Ryudo was of the same opinion. Cordelia, seeing how strong he had become, wanted to help him, but he stopped her and asked her not to interfere and give Amantha to him because he was more than enough for this evil dragon, and he also wanted to check something. But at the same time, he asked her to take care of the remaining orcs, and together with the evil dragon they flew away for their battle. Cordelia and the orcs then looked at each other. Amantha, flying after Ryudo, asked him not to run away because he provoked her and now she wants to play with him. She wondered what it was he wanted to experience and what funny things he was talking about. When Ryudo landed on the ground, he was about to tell her about it while activating Physical Ability Enhancement, Steel Body, and Demon Gate. Jumping back sharply, he hit Amantha in the face at gigantic speed, which she did not expect, and flew back. She flew a lot and destroyed a lot of trees. Ryudo walked slowly towards her when she landed. As he came closer, she suddenly frightened him without her own face, and she asked if he was scared, if not, then at least surprised. Cutting a hole in her when she's relaxed with just one attack is a simple yet quite effective solution. But alas, it was weak, she noted, because he was unable to defeat her. Suddenly, Ryudo, without hesitation, began to cover her with a series of blows to the face, which literally made her head explode. When she began to recover, she admitted that his attacks were good but still weak, but Ryudo did not listen to her and began to hit her again. His attacks continued, and Amantha did not understand what was happening. She couldn't believe it, she thought, and released a strong aura. Amantha apologized with a smirk for disrupting his rhythm and wanted to show him a little of her true power. Just then, Ryudo also used the same skill. It was a strengthening ability that only the dragon race could use, causing Amantha to be confused. She asked him how this was possible, how a peasant could use the secret ability of the dragon race. Ryudo replied that after a series of events, he had been unofficially appointed as the next Dragon King and showed her the ring on his hand. Amantha couldn't believe it and was sure that he had stolen the ring, since there was no other way to explain why a peasant could use the dragon god's coming. Then Ryudo used this very skill, which is only available after receiving the title of Dragon King, Arrival of the Dragon God, and said that now it was Amantha's turn to show everything she was capable of. He is not a warrior or a hero, a simple peasant, but he uses one after another the secret dragon abilities. This was not an illusion. This is really the coming of the dragon god. Amantha realized that she was trembling right now. Even though she was the most terrible and evil dragon, she was frightened by the peasant. Then she realized that the guy didn't use magic at all. And if you think about it, working as something like a peasant, he shouldn't be able to use magic because it's literally closed to him. So she decided to bind him with bind, which immobilizes the target and prevents them from using abilities. She laughed because since he turned out to be the next Dragon King, he thinks that he is capable of anything, but his mind is not capable of using defensive magic, and he was stupid that he did not even wear any anti-magic equipment. Then she decided to show him her true power. Lifting up her skirt, a whole bunch of eyes started to fly out from underneath it. This was her full power because she is known as abnormal due to the number of demonic eyes she owns. When the demonic eyes are activated, her magic is amplified threefold, and there is no man who can resist her charm. So undressing, she asked him to become her slave and promised to treat him well. Suddenly, Ryudo just kicked her right in the crotch and asked her not to show something so dirty and disgusting because he almost threw up. Even if it was her full power, he already knew in advance that the dragon charm wouldn't work on him. Ryudo thanked her because thanks to her, he felt that he had truly become stronger. And as soon as he finished this, he asked her to die. Amantha didn't understand what he said. She is the embodiment of power whose power is at the level of disaster, the one who is considered a heretic of the most powerful dragon race because of her power, the only one at the top of this world. She was embittered that this boy dared to treat her like a dog, like the evil dragon Amante, and ask her to die. But smiling broadly, she decided to really die. Death has no meaning to an evil dragon. Even if they die of old age or in battle, they will still rise again in their prime. The next time will be in about 300 years, but then this guy will no longer be around, and in the future she will have to play with weak opponents again. Then suddenly Ryudo said that there would be no next time for her. Seeing how he had changed, she didn't believe it at first. And when Ryudo said that it was a holy sword that destroys evil dragons, she was horrified. Suddenly, at that moment, Cordelia came up. She reported that she had defeated all the orcs, but Amantha realized that this was her chance. She flew straight towards Cordelia, intending to take her hostage. As she flew close, someone's magic hit her hand. It was Lilith who covered for Cordelia. Amantha asked who she was and where she came from, but it didn't matter, because Ryudo is going to kill her right here and now. Amantha began to ask him not to do this, because if he killed her, the balance of the world would be disturbed. But even so, Ryudo cut it into 2 pieces with one swing. It was the destroyer of gods, which literally destroys the soul and the astral body so that it cannot return back. Cordelia's head began to split from all these details, but nevertheless she welcomed Ryudo and his return. But Lilith stopped her, saying that it was dangerous to be near him now, because a curse was sealed on him. As he grew stronger, he began to practice many taboos. Although he has immunity to many ailments, curses are a completely different matter. The power he holds in his hands is also a curse that is slowly eating away at him. He can only use his full power within its protective barrier. This is the price he paid for using such power as a simple peasant. But that wasn't what Cordelia was asking. Why did he have to stand at that particular distance? Ryudo promised to save her and do everything to be by her side. Cordelia fell silent at these words, glad that he remembered their pinky promise. So I thanked him for that. Ryudo smiled back at her. But the question arose not only from Cordelia, but also from Lilith. They asked who this woman was, with whom they were standing next to. A few days before the destruction of the evil dragon, somewhere in a large and lonely library, Lilith walked along a large staircase that led somewhere down. Having reached the end, she came to a large door. Slowly, she began to open it with a creak. Behind the door on the altar lay a book onto which the light fell. It was a secret dragon tome that was filled with records of the primordial magic created throughout the entire existence of the dragon race. True, this volume was not originally a book that ordinary people could read. What made this possible was something else. About 2 years and 1 month ago, someone was very unhappy. The man said that it was acceptable if it was the one who completed the test, since only 3 gold rings of a slave gives the ability to read the secrets. This is ridiculous, and they cannot give their consent. Even if it is the Lord's order, they really cannot approve of it. The Dragon King acknowledged that this was indeed a problem, and they had a point, but it wouldn't help to stop there. Because might equals justice. A couple of minutes later, Ryudo defeated the man in arm wrestling. He saw the full power of the champion of justice, so he apologized for his rudeness. Ryudo told him not to take it to heart and suggested that they continue their conversation. Returning to their conversation, is it true that by allowing his daughter to read the secret tome, he can also become stronger? The man asked. Ryudo confirmed his words, because from this moment on he would only become stronger and stronger. This is what was to be expected from him. When he was already getting ready to go on a hike, Lilith called him. She asked him if he would leave her. He replied that she would only be a hindrance now, and besides, he couldn't protect her constantly right now. He would devote 2 years to his training alone, and in the meantime, Lilith could learn everything she needed to read the secret tome. Even if an ordinary person like her couldn't use dragon magic, the intelligence of humans and dragons was fundamentally different. Then he said that if she could remember the entire contents of the volume in 2 years, then he would come back for her and take Lilith with him, and he made her a promise. Since then, she devoted all her time to studying. She stored in her mind all the spells that were in the secret tome. At the same time, since she was not a dragon, no matter how much she memorized the spells, she did not know how to use them. This can be compared to animals. Even if cats and dogs could understand their language, they still could not tell them about it, and she wondered if all this made any sense. This promise had been made for 2 whole years already, and she even wondered what if he had given it only in order to leave her. The only thing this guy needed was the divine dragon's blessing ability, and he kept that hope alive in her. Until he actually came back for her, which surprised him, because he saw that she was able to learn the secrets of the volume. She immediately rushed into his arms to hug him. Lilith began to whine because this period was too long for her. Ryudo apologized for this, but decided to ask if she could use magic now. She replied that she could use any fundamental magic, but if you look at her status, you can see that she can use absolutely any magic from basic to advanced, and her magic item skills are also maxed out. Ryudo asked about dragon magic. She replied that if she were a dragon, then given her status, she could use about 70% of the power of this magic. He then praised her and patted her on the head because she really tried very hard. He then added that he was late because he was looking for an item for Lilith and took the ring out of his pocket. He asked to accept it and put the ring on Lilith's middle finger. This gesture made her very embarrassed because it could mean several things. Then he asked if Lilith was ready. She asked him what exactly she should be prepared for. He smiled and replied that it was to destroy the evil dragon. A few hours after defeating the evil dragon, Cordelia sent out a dove. Reinforcements will arrive in 2 hours. Ryudo asked her if she wanted to stop playing the hero and run away from all of this, because he could easily come up with an explanation for her disappearance, such as death by an evil dragon or going on a journey. For Cordelia, this was a tempting offer. But she's still a hero, she said, thrusting her fist forward. She would never run away, even though she was weak now. She definitely wanted to surpass Ryudo. This was exactly the answer Ryudo expected from her. Then he would save her again as many times as it took, and told her not to die as he began to leave with Lilith. Cordelia looked at them, then realized she had forgotten to ask about the hooded girl. As the two of them walked, Ryudo asked Lilith to let him go, and she couldn't believe that she had rejected his kindness. She thought they would just help her from the shadows, but in that situation it was impossible. Ryudo is the reason for her current weakness. In her past life, Cordelia killed the evil dragon herself, but in this life she had already reached her limit and could not surpass it. These events have already been rewritten, but even so, she still remains the key weapon of humanity, because this is her fate. But Lilith doesn't care about the fate of humanity and its hero. The collapse of humanity wouldn't even touch them if they lived in the dragon village. She also showed the ring that Ryudo had put on her middle finger. He said it was a nocturne ring, a rather rare item. The nocturne ring had an effect. It absorbed the target's mana. Lilith then asked him if the fact that he put the ring on the middle finger of her left hand didn't mean that they were now engaged. Ryudo didn't understand her a little and told her that if she wanted, she could wear it on her right hand. Why was Lilith very surprised and upset? From behind, they began to hear some kind of noise. It was a cart that was accompanied by knights, and all the people worshipped this cart. Moreover, it was even accompanied by the pipe game. It was the nobleman's cortege, so Ryudo also bowed to him. Lilith only saw the nothingness inside, although she too should be bowed to, Ryudo said. The nobleman who was sitting inside suddenly looked out the window and asked to stop the carriage. When the carriage stopped, the door of this motorcade opened. He told his subjects that it was a trifle and asked them to wait where they were. Approaching Lilith, the girl in the hood, he asked her to take off that very hood. Reluctantly, she began to take it off. Upon seeing the tattoo, the nobleman realized that she was a runaway slave, all thanks to the fact that he had a slaver's ring, which vibrates and emits light when a slave's seal is nearby. He then decided to take her with him to the fishmonger's guild and gave her the command to follow him, causing her tattoo to start hurting. Apparently, this was the keyword for the mark, so Ryudo began to say that he found it first and wanted to take it to the slave traders guild himself. But frankly speaking, he didn't care about the slave business because all he had left was empty talk. Suddenly, the nobleman threw his ring to the ground. This was as payment, and he began to pull Lilith along with him. Anyone who bears the mark of a slave is doomed to carry out the orders of the person who spoke the keyword until they are returned to the guild by the slave traders. So Ryudo stood up behind the noble and told him to stop. Touching his hand, he squeezed it with a loud crunch. Because he attacked the nobleman, he ordered the knights to kill the commoner. But Ryudo just looked at the horses, and they started to go crazy. When the nobleman asked them what had happened, they replied that the horses had stopped obeying their knights. And Ryudo apologized and asked him to come over so that he could heal him. Suddenly, a dark-skinned man came to the nobleman's defense. It was the gladiator Marissa. The nobleman promised to give him his farewell if he punished these idiots. Then the gladiator stood up. Ryudo didn't want it to end like this, so he asked Lilith to step back. In an instant, he approached Ryudo and struck him, but he dodged. The Adventurers Guild has a title that is given only to the most ruthless among them, and he is that very same Brang Marissa the Gladiator. His reach is called the Absolute Domain, in which he deals 1,000 fatal blows to the enemy, leaving behind only blood-soaked bodies, and therefore he is nicknamed the Bloody Altar. For the commoner, this was the end, because his vile gaze would soon turn into a bloody mess, and the nobleman wanted to see this very quickly. But for Ryudo, he was too weak. If he starts hitting seriously, he will accidentally kill him. However, he really lived up to his rank. He had good reactions, and even if he hit with half his strength, it would be dangerous. Suddenly, he tripped and started to fall backwards. Gladiator decided to take advantage of this moment and reached out for him. Suddenly, the gladiator accidentally hit his leg and lost consciousness. Because of this, he fell to the ground. When the nobleman asked what had just happened, he was told that they had only just seen him hit the peasant's scabbard. Ryudo then took this gladiator, and he threw it straight at the nobleman, and he advised them to take both this gladiator and the lousy pig to the infirmary. and also to tell him that this girl is her dear friend, and if anyone dares to touch her again, he will die. After these words, the whole carriage quickly drove away from them. They had already reached the city, but they walked very slowly. And all because Lilith clung to him even more strongly than before. And all because he said for sure that she is his precious one, so now he won't get away with it. Besides, now she knows the true meaning of the ring, which she is simply embarrassed to admit. I didn't think that the slave seal would cause such problems. Now their main task is to remove the Arabic seal, and for this they need to join the Slave Traders Guild. But Lilith didn't listen to him, but only thought that if Ryudo became her master, she would become his thing and her whole body too, and then, perhaps, various role-playing games would begin and their bonds would become even deeper. He asked Ryudo if she was even listening to him. Then he showed her a beautiful view of the city. This was the ocean city of Tarot, also called the City of Traders. They came here from Saba itself. They had 3 goals. The first was to find the Slave Traders Guild and remove the slave seal. The second was to have a good rest and level up, and the third was not very important right now, so they should focus on the first 2 goals. And he added that she should not worry, because he would definitely not leave her. Already in the Slave Traders Guild, he was in shock. Removing the seal cost as much as 10 gold coins, and this is only for old and obedient slaves. And on Lilith is the seal of a slave of the highest quality. Even if they had money, a simple peasant has no right to buy this girl without some kind of guarantor. In the event that a runaway slave was returned to the association, for a small fee, she was willing to take this girl and, of course, give another slave, but naturally, Ryudo refused this offer. Although it was not important, she remembered the lines, and Romeo the Golden One will lie with her, oh poor victim of blind enmity, and it seemed to her that this girl had the same hopes. After the Slavers Guild, they arrived at the Rising Dragon Inn. At the moment they had no money. Lilith asked where he put the money he received from the Dragon King. He replied that he had already tried to exchange them, but it had been unsuccessful. He managed to escape, although it was very suspicious that a simple peasant had so many gold coins, so he wanted to get rid of them as quickly as possible, even though he spent them in parts. And when he asked Lilith how much money she had, she replied that she only had 5 silver coins, which is why they fell into decay again. He realized that they had to make money. When he started talking about how they could take their time with earning money, someone shouted loudly. Someone was talking about those children who recently died yesterday near the brothel. Another child died. It was a terrible death, as usual. Ryudo wanted to change the location for the conversation. Suddenly, the man said that the dead had recently been identified and that they were escaped slaves. This bastard managed to hide his slave seal, but it turns out that the seal has its own peculiarity. Its magic becomes unstable over time, and eventually it explodes, so wearing a slave seal is quite a risk. Ryudo then approached them and asked them to tell him more about it. The man asked who he was. Already at the hotel, they realized that the mark was quite a problem. The seal has a set expiration date. If the slaves stop receiving their master's magic for 10-15 years, the slave seal will begin to disappear, but this was a problem. When the seal disappears completely, the seal will simply burn out the owner's brain. Bones and even nerves will be torn, causing terrible pain from which there is no escape, and after that only death awaits. 1 year ago, bandits attacked the slave supplier's cart. Then there were quite a lot of slaves who managed to escape, and now these children are dying a painful death in the city. Lilith noticed that the seal had shrunk about a month ago. It was a sign, if you believe what they were told, that about 2 months after the seal is reduced, the carrier dies. So they have about a month left, but they also have to take into account all the time of disappearance, so there is even less than half a month left. He had to quickly gain possession of Lilith and give her his mana. He began to think a lot. The book that kept the information of the slave seal was only for the nobles, and he didn't care about it, which was a mistake. His thoughts began to run from side to side, going through the options. Ryudo even thought about kidnapping the slave dealer. Suddenly, Lilith woke him up from his stream of thoughts. She said that she was still alive. Even though she was shaking as she held his hand, she was right. They had a whole month and they needed money, and to earn enough money, they would have to work much harder than they planned. That's why they came to the Adventurers Guild. Unfortunately, they were refused. He asked how they would make money then. To register, a person must be at least 12 years old and must have a guardian. It was written on his face that he would work even under threat of death. The guild couldn't take such people as adventurers and let them die. Then Lilith wanted to ask one question. She asked if it was possible to join if there was a custodian. The manager replied that they could, but she didn't think they would be welcome unless they had some rare skills or abilities. Lilith then said that she had an inventory that was quite rare, and it was at the maximum level. She asked at least someone to join their group. Suddenly 2 men volunteered to help. Now the manager could prepare the registration form. These were the same guys who gave the information to Ryudo. He asked why they were helping. The man replied that they saw their despair, and besides, if he had just heard about those murders, it meant that the girl was a slave. And then he laughed it off because they just want to use her skills. But there was a catch: they didn't need Ryudo for free, they only needed a small and very cute girl. So the man patted Ryudo on the shoulder and told him to wait here until he was registered. And they took Lilith by the shoulder, telling her to follow them. Lilith suddenly went behind one of the guys and injured his arm. And she told them to leave, calling them scum. The bald man asked her how she dared to object. But I saw that she was starting to create a very strong spell inside the building. This was bad because serious fights between adventurers were forbidden. She could be thrown into prison for this, and then it would be even more difficult for them to make money. Even more so, we cannot allow Lilith to kill people because of this. Suddenly, they saw that her magic began to fade. She didn't understand what was happening, but Ryuto began to think. Suddenly, Lilith was hit right in the face. It was a bald man who started beating her because she made him nervous. Now he won't be able to put her down so easily. But at that moment, Ryuto stopped him with just one hand. The guy called his next partner. He would be the one who used magic dispersal. A magician with an eye patch appeared and told him in response that he was hiding his true power. It turns out Ryudo was exposed. Then he approached the administrator and asked to register them. By the way, he added that Ryudo and Lilith should do whatever they wanted and not worry about him, since they had already convincingly proven to them that they had gunpowder in their powder flasks. Ryudo thanked him. The magician himself introduced himself as Gilminas, who is known as the Noble Sage. He helped them only so that they would be indebted to him, since he felt that he was on the same level as him. It turns out that this guy might be stronger than him. Ryudo thought that he too had been reincarnated. An administrator came and called Gilminas a level B magician, but he corrected her, saying that he was a noble sage. It was unusual for the people to meet a B-rank adventurer here. Ryudo was patted on the back because they were recognized by a pretty cool person. Gilminas was confident that they would meet each other again in the future. They then stood at the order board in the Adventurers Guild. Everyone looked at them quite intently. While attacking and defending are equally important, it's equally important to predict the enemy's intentions. Don't let the enemy do whatever they want, of course. This approach will be difficult to use in every fight, so they have several other options depending on the situation, as Ryudo said. So they can use what happens as valuable experience. But Lilith muttered something about how he was called a boor and how she could lose to such a man, and in the end she was just a slave, and she did not deserve to be treated normally. But at the same time, they still haven't found a way to make money. There are a couple of quests for B rank among the available ones, for which they give 5 or more silver coins, and one for C level, for which they give as many as 8 silver coins. Without any achievements, they will not be able to join any higher rank quests. The maximum that newbies can hope for is E rank quests. They joined a group with a higher level to complete a higher rank quest, and they may not even receive the reward if the level difference is too great. Even the hardest E rank quests are worth 12 copper coins at most, and even then, they won't sell you anything unless there's some kind of guarantee. That's why Ryudo suggested quests like this. It was a collection quest, and one of them was suitable for them. Rainbow-colored fruit is a precious fruit, called by many as a sweet natural treasure. They can only grow in the wild and were previously thought to be impossible to cultivate. Even with his skills, he would not be able to handle it. The reward was very high for a quest of this level, with one piece worth a whole silver coin. If we admit it, it is possible that the level of the tasks is based on their difficulty and danger. Although the trees of this fruit are not rare, the fruit itself is of great importance. But a level 342 peasant like Ryudo has the necessary skill that can be used for such occasions. The next morning they were in the foothills of the city of Terf. Lilith was very tired from climbing the mountains. They reached their destination, and then Ryudo suggested they take a rest and eat. Then Lilith took out some moldy black bread from her bag. It was a cheap and nutritious food with a rough texture and an unappealing taste. Ryudo asked why she wasn't eating it, and she replied that it was no longer edible. As long as she could chew it, it was all right, he said, and besides, they needed to save money, although he himself had bought a lot of soap and a large bucket. But as expected from a max-level spatial pocket, storing that much soapy water is incredibly convenient. Since soapy water is the key to leveling up, Lilith asked if they wouldn't be looking for a rainbow-colored fruit. But she was wrong. Of course, they still have to find that fruit, but before that they also have to find one more thing. So he activated the cultivation of crops, simple surface review. Now he used physical abilities, heightened senses, Hawkeye, and present sense. And he found what he needed. As expected, the rainbow-colored fruit is quite easy to spot in the forest, which means there must have been a lot of animals around it, which is why everyone is so eager to pick them even though they are just starting to ripen. From a distance, it was clear that Ryudo was running through different corners of the forest. It took a whole 2 hours because this fruit is really rare. He was glad that he was able to find a whole large bucket. By the way, this is enough for a whole gold coin. But unfortunately, Ryudo couldn't find the second thing, but suggested ending it here. Suddenly, they heard something from the forest. They saw orcs and goblins running out of the thick forest. They probably came here for the smell of fruit, because it's quite unusual to see monsters here. So he suggested that Lilith defeat this monster. Lilith understood everything and began to cast a spell. After some time, they finished off the last orc. And by this point, Lilith had already spent all her mana. It was clear she was in pain without mana, so he lent her some of his. And he asked her if she had not realized what her mistake was. Using large-scale magic recklessly without any ulterior motive, she began to use any spells that could destroy monsters. Faced with an unknown number of enemies, continuing to use this approach, she quickly used up all her mana, not to mention that she would be left alone. When fighting, one must consider how much mana she has. And on top of that, her level is still low. But he was confident that she would be able to learn a whole bunch of high-level magic once she raised her level. So he told her to do everything she could because he was counting on her, calling her a little magician. Suddenly, Rito felt something. It was a real jackpot. There were small insects on the water. The mutant insect is a rabid water strider, the very second thing Rito wanted to collect. She's using her skill now, blending into the lake with good camouflage, and he doesn't think her other skills will allow her to use anything against her. Ryudo set out a bait, namely a stone made with Lilith's help, which was infused with his power. Thanks to her, they found them. She asked if these insects could be useful, but Ryudo told her not to let them deceive her. After all, they are quite strong. If you do things thoughtlessly, something bad will happen. Then he showed his scar on his stomach. 6 months ago, he had already encountered similar individuals. Their defense is so strong that no physical attack can hurt them badly enough. However, this does not mean that magic or anything like that will work in this case, because they always cast a magical barrier on themselves from this kind of attack. They just rarely emerge from under the water, so everyone generally considers them harmless. But he heard that if you defeat them, you can get a whole sea of experience, and then an idea came to him, a way to defeat them all in one fell swoop. He jumped out of the bushes and ran to the side. And when Lilith gave the command, she opened the drawer completely and splashed out the soapy water. When the soapy water hit the insects, they began to fall into the water. Then it was time to kill them, and Lilith struck them with electricity. If you think about it, it was pretty simple. Oil and water don't mix. These guys had a special coating on their feet that allowed them to stay on the surface of the water, but with the soapy water they poured out, they simply lost that footing. And surprisingly, their magical barrier didn't work either. After all, it wasn't for nothing that he spent all his time watching something similar on TV in the original world. And she said that in any case, his plan with magical attacks turned out to be quite simple and reliable. S-rank monsters here that they could defeat so easily, but anyway, what they had just done was technically defeating a horde of S-rank monsters. So Lilith's level would jump up unimaginably, and that was true. Her level had jumped from 38 to 68. 1 gold coin, 5 silver coins, and 20 copper coins. That's what they ended up getting for the 7 rainbow fruits and the French fries. However, they worked hard enough for such a reward in one day. But now they don't have a quest to collect fruits. Ryudo told her not to worry about it. What they were aiming for was recognition through collecting rare items. Then Lilith asked him why she had been seeing his aura for a long time. It was necessary for one thing. They were finally found by that same bald man who wanted revenge. They brought him to some building, and the man found him because he knows every aura in this city, although Ryudo literally allowed himself to be found. He asked if he thought he could escape easily after breaking his friend's arm and nose, but Ryudo remembered that he had been healed with magic. Lilith grabbed his hand and trembled next to him, but he hugged her to calm her down. The bald man asked him, Ryudo doesn't want to look bad in front of the guild, so they have a specially trained opponent for him. It was the master bodyguard that he decided to leave to him. That is, they themselves were not going to fight with him. The bodyguard decided to tell them his name as a souvenir. It was Marissa, a B-rank gladiator. He hoped that they were ready to meet the end of their adventures in his person, when suddenly he saw who he would be fighting against. He immediately fell to his knees and apologized for his insolence and rudeness. Marissa was truly grateful for Ryudo's leniency, and he was absolutely satisfied and would never forget his generosity. It would forever remain in his heart. The guys started asking the gladiator why he wasn't fighting, since they had promised him a lot of money. But he threw them away, not wanting to sell his life for dirty money. He again apologized for the two and promised to punish them severely. It must be karma. From the moment they met someone, karma will appear, be it good or bad. If you hold a grudge against someone, karma will follow you. Nothing will end, even if they kill the hated person. From the moment they kill someone, new karma will be born. It is not so easy to free yourself from it. Talking about all this, you always have to be ready to answer for your actions. If this is so, then their destinies are intertwined. It is not so easy to separate them, Lilith thought. The next day, a witch approached them, who sensed Ryudo's aura, which literally says that one can approach him and talk. There was a jackpot today too. He asked what she wanted from them. The witch asked them to collect mandrake, and the reward could vary, but to start with, she decided to offer them as much as 10 gold. Lilith told Ryudo that mandrake was considered a B-rank material, so it would be impossible for F-rank adventurers like them to handle it. Not to mention that 100 grams of mandrake cost a large silver coin at the store, which was highly suspicious. The quest was for one person, so she thought it would be just fine for the two of them, the witch said, and the price of mandrake is going up now, and she needs it as soon as possible. Moreover, speed is important to them themselves, she said. This jackpot was even bigger than Ryudo thought, but he asked what made her think that way. She heard it from the breeze. A peasant who had completed 7 rainbow fruit harvesting quests, defeated a B-rank gladiator twice, and who was looking for money to free his friend from slavery. The lady sitting here in front of them is actually a senior professor at the Magic Academy and the best alchemist, and her quest actually comes from the university. And she will also tell him how the peasant can buy the slave if he agrees. Ryudo said that he had never heard of a high demand for mandrake before. He knew that mandrake was one of the vital ingredients for the preparation of the strength recovery substance, and thus its supply had never been low. Even if it was rare, it had been cultivated as much as possible, and it was a common herb, not one that he would die if he pulled out. It's still a secret, but for some reason, due to an unknown disease, they lost all the mandrake they had, the witch said. Perhaps it was a sign of some great disaster. Some of them were recycled and put on the market, but it was too bad. Ryudo understood everything, and she probably wants to say that there are still mandrakes left near this city. Everything was correct, although this location itself is really dangerous. The mandrakes are on the way to the Iraqi's volcano, before which they will find a forest with basilisks. And of course they joined the group. It was a group of A-rank adventurers, the Hakuno clan, and the leader told them not to linger. The adventurer party encounters numerous basilisks. They handle them without any problem, but Ryudo assesses the situation, noting that the monsters are too numerous and large. The hero senses a more powerful monster. Lilith, looking at the boy, notices his anxiety and decides to ask. He tells about the monster and runs off first to investigate. Suddenly, a paw descends to the ground. A manticore appears before the group. Meanwhile, the protagonist battles another monster. The man tries to calm his comrades by mentioning the presence of a mage. By this point, the mage has already fled. An elderly-looking man decides to use a young woman as bait and throws her to the ground. The man is outraged by this action, to which the old man replies that he didn't vote for his leadership. The monster attacks Lilith, but she has no way to fight back. She thinks her attacks won't hurt it. At this moment, a large man from the squad protects her with his shield and shouts for her to save herself. The girl decides to stay, claiming she's capable of fighting. The leader acknowledges her determination, and the heroes prepare to engage in battle. The manticore wounds him with its claws, and the man falls. Meanwhile, thoughts of her own weakness swirl in the young girl's mind. It seems that there is no salvation, but at that moment the main character returns and, attacking the manticore, slays the monster with his sword. The boy hugs Lilith, glad she's okay. At the same time, he tugs her cheek because she didn't do what he asked. The man holding her hand wonders who this boy is. At the end, the party leader speaks enthusiastically to the heroes. He says he's an adventurer and their secret is safe. If they need help, they can call him. The next morning, Ryudo holds the monster firmly in place by the neck and begs the girl with his most powerful power. If she doesn't hurry, she risks losing the experience. Lilith hits the basilisk with her spell, hitting the boy. He asks her to continue because the monster is still alive. After several blows, she finally manages to do so. The heroine continues to attack the boy with her spell, filled with anger. After her mana runs out and the series of attacks ceases, the girl lies on the ground with a feeling unknown to her. The group continued killing basilisks in various ways until nightfall. Lilith managed to level up. Afterward, they arrived at the area where the mandrake was supposed to grow, but it was nowhere to be found. The man touches the soil, noting that it is dry. The mandrake couldn't have survived in such conditions. The hero assures him otherwise and asks him to return with Lilith to the sorceress to deliver a message. 2 weeks later, Ryudo brings her the grown mandrake. The woman says she's heard about the condition of the soil. The young man reports that there's still some left. She checks the contents of the bag and claims that the academy will not be able to buy it. It turns out they can't afford the cost. The hero is confused as to whether the result could be so bad. The sorceress embraces him and replies that he has brought the rarest variety of this plant, which will bring a huge leap forward in medicine. At the same time, a man from the squad arrives. He's been looking for Ryudo for a long time and says he won't take up much of his time. The leader brings the boy a bag of gold. Ashamed of the honor and glory he's taken away, he gives the brunette a little more. Ryudo approaches the man and grabs him by the shoulders. The young man asks him point-blank if he's interested in earning some extra money. Meanwhile, in the city of Wismol, a battle takes place in the arena between the spear hero Ørsted and the swordswoman Eslin. During the battle, the girl is restrained, but this doesn't stop her from attacking. The wounded Ørsted raises his hands in defeat. The girl says his raised hands look like a plea to kill him. She's about to attack but is stopped in time. Murin asks the girl not to kill the boy. The conversation then turns to a peasant heading to the Tower of the Rising Sun. The sacred land holds trials for the hero. Cordelia sits in a candlelit cave meditating. She can't concentrate. Questions about how long she's been sitting here keep popping into her head. Lost in thought, the heroine cites 2 reasons for being here. The first is to understand who she is and who she should be. The second is that her thoughts lead her to a lack of resolve. The girl had heard rumors of another hero who had become an S-rank hero at just 15 years old, while she was still a B-rank hero. The old man standing next to her tells the girl in detail about the test and the berserker's mana. Delving into her own consciousness, Cordelia sees every part of herself she must accept. Each one disgusts her. She engages them in battle and declares that she won't lose to them all. After defeating every part of herself, the girl successfully passes the test. An old man is waiting for her, kneeling, holding the heroine's belongings. After donning her gear, the girl heads toward the Tower of the Rising Sun. While moving along a hill, Lilith is attacked from the air by a monster. The protagonist kills a wyvern, mentioning they've got dinner. The girl is concerned about her level progress. The guy looked at the card and thought it was the limit of experience on the human continent. Then he reminded her of the 3 main goals they must achieve in this city. After dinner, the heroes move calmly along the street. Meanwhile, Ryudo senses a presence behind him and rushes to the roof, telling Lilith to return to the hotel. Left alone, a young girl comes to a large market where stolen and counterfeit goods are sold. She examines the book she pulled out, then puts it back. She's disappointed that they're counterfeit. 2 men approach her, but she successfully fights them off. She thinks she's wasted too much time and won't show off her skills. Suddenly, she feels something wrong in her body. Lilith is subjected to all types of weakening spells, but the girl freely fights off enemies. Suddenly, a man grabs her and asks if she remembers him. The girl hits him and breaks free, threatening to use him as fertilizer. Ryudo arrives just in time and saves the girl from the enemies. Left alone, the boy apologizes to her and promises to keep her in the village if she doesn't become stronger. She begins to worry and says she'll get stronger. Without answering, the heroes hear that Cordelia has arrived in town. Lilith comes to watch the fight and makes herself comfortable, along with some food. The previous night, the hero describes in detail what the Tower of the Rising Sun is like. He asks Lilith to look into the room with her gaze skill. The girl sees Cordelia through the window, talking to herself in front of a mirror. Ryudo says she's undergoing a devil's test and trying to maintain her sanity. The heroine sees her fallen comrades before her and begins to blame herself. At this point, Lilith stops looking through the telescope. The girl asks Ryudo what Cordelia means to him. There's no definitive answer. Lilith watches the battle between Cordelia and Arson. The holy sword dominates the fight, but the girl doesn't back down and wins. The girl cries because she thinks she will never become that strong. The protagonist knocks on her door and asks if she's awake. Lilith says she should return to the dragon village, but Ryudo decides to postpone the conversation until tomorrow. The boy's words about Cordelia come to light and he realizes she's very dear to him. He sits on the stairs and thinks he should have phrased them better. The man buys tickets to the tower and the heroes enter. After yesterday's conversation, Ryudo decides to take Lilith with him. The boy thanks the old man. Continuing on, they reach the door to the dungeon and the man opens it. Suddenly, arrows fly out. They successfully stop the arrows flying at them, which were covered in an erasure spell. The hero's gaze then shifts to the floor and he throws an arrow. It turns out to be false, with spikes embedded inside. Lilith notes that the boy is angry. Ryudo activates his ability to survey the surface and asks the man to hand him the dungeon map. The guy pours it onto his hand and activates a skill that deactivates all traps. The heroes continue on and reach a room with a challenge blocking the way. They are attacked by a golem, which they must defeat to open the door. Having defeated the golem, they continue on their way and enter another room. Eslin is waiting for them here, and she asks how the hero managed to complete the trials so quickly. The heroes continue their conversation, during which the boy explains all the tower's features. Meanwhile, Ryudo and the others are unable to move. The girl disappears into the dark door, leaving them in this state. The guy frees himself from the spell and, looking at his comrades, continues on his way without them. There's a sword in the room with Eslin, and she declares there are two contenders. At that moment, Lilith enters the room and the tall girl disappears from sight. She engages the hero in combat, during which she wounds him in the back. Afterwards, she introduces herself to the heroes, declaring that she will take their lives. Lilith worries about the boy, but he reassures her that he expected this. Listening closely, the protagonist repels Eslin's attack. Continuing the fight, Ryudo makes his move, demonstrating his resolve. He takes a one-armed stance and fights off the girl. They collide and fly apart. She checks the wound on her neck and says she was fooled by such a cheap trick. Meanwhile, the boy used his powers to grow weeds for a better view. The girl attacks and wounds him, declaring that she won't hold back. The battle continues, Ryudo losing his clothes in the process. Leaves cover his body. Eslin attacks aggressively, giving her opponent no time to rest. The tall girl notices Lilith's staff and wonders if she intends to attack. As she continues her thoughts, she tries to figure out their true target. Eslin throws the blades back and hits the sensor, emitting paralyzing gas. This was all part of the boy's plan, and he is about to attack back, but he is interrupted. The girl says that the hero is naive and attacks the guy with a barrage of endless blades. Spirits burst forth from the hero, making it difficult to control. Meanwhile, Lilith approaches the sword and is about to touch it. The guy asks her not to touch him as it's still too early, but the girl refuses to risk the hero's life. In a flashback, Ryudo tells Lilith about the secret hidden in the Tower of Dawn. He says that for the wish to be fulfilled, one must sacrifice half of one's life. Upon touching, the girl acquires a new skill for herself, and uniting with the hero, she uses it on Eslin. Grabbing Lilith's staff together, the heroes deal the final blow to the girl. The girl asks if she was helpful, to which Ryudo replies affirmatively. The guy strokes her head, and at this time she asks who she really is to him. Ryudo replies that she is his Lilith and he is grateful to her. The heroes embrace, bringing a smile to the girl's face. Suddenly, a flying man appears and congratulates them. The young girl can't figure out what's wrong with him. The young man asks if he is the secret the sword hides within himself. He asks for half of Lilith's life to be restored. An unknown person notices the rudeness in the words and wounds the protagonist in the head. Ryudo falls to the floor, leaving Lilith confused, looking at his body. The girl lowers herself to him and asks him to stand up. The man says this behavior isn't quite his style. Then, turning to Eslin, he asks how she managed to defeat her so easily. Suddenly rising, the hero attacks the flying man, demanding that he restore the girl's lifespan. He realizes that Death's embrace is ineffective against Ryudo. The being asks to be called Lucifer and claims his true form is sealed in a place known as Hell. Ryudo says it was all a lie about the compensation he was offering. Lucifer wants the boy to live a full life and die a beautiful death. The boy says that as long as he agrees to restore half of Lilith's life, he'll show him an interesting lifelong journey. Ryudo asks him to wait a bit, to which Lucifer throws him against the wall. Ryudo activates the skill and hits Lucifer in the face, sending him flying towards the wall and breaking it. He appreciates the blow as a magnificent performance. Lucifer enjoyed the sight of the full moon and returns half of the girl's life for nothing. The heroes are informed that their souls have been linked for longer than they could have imagined. Ryudo receives a new skill from Lucifer, allowing the bearer to absorb a target and acquire their skills. The being asks them to remember their promise. Cordelia arrives at the tower, but finds only the remains of the first room. Walking further, she reaches a place with a sword. A man greets her with congratulations, to which the girl loudly curses. A year later, Cordelia becomes a hero and Moses a sage. Cordelia spots Ryudo in the crowd and rushes toward him. He remains where he is, expressing disdain for the hero. A few weeks before the entrance exam, Ryudo and Lilith are getting ready to leave. Their uncle and the Dragon King meet them. Their uncle says it's impolite to just leave without saying anything. The man, addressing Lilith, speaks of her weakness. However, he adds that she has become an excellent warrior, just like Ryudo. After this, the heroes set off on their journey, the men seeing them off, shouting after them. The king asks the man if he told them about the gate. The uncle answers yes, but then a piece of stone flies in and stops him. He says the heroes have broken through the gate. The man says he became curious about how strong a peasant could become. Upon arrival, Ryudo is denied the test, arguing that household magic will not be able to hit the target. The nephew of the kingdom's ruler, Facilius, appears. He says he will allow Lilith to pass the exam if she becomes his wife. He passes the first test by hitting the target, while Ryudo casts a spell and cuts the target in half. The heroes successfully pass 3 tests. Cordelia meets Ryudo, and when she sees her boyfriend, he says she's become beautiful. She swings at him. Lilith stops the girl's hand, and they begin to bicker. Lilith engages in combat against Cordelia, and the two fight so fiercely that people try to remind her that it's just sparring. The girl attacks Cordelia with a spell that blasts her away. She barely fends it off, deciding to run away from the pikes flying after her. The heroine closes the distance between her and Lilith to attack, but she dodges. The girl doesn't give up and attacks again, but they fall together. Lilith sits on Cordelia, declaring her victory. She turns her gaze to Ryudo and surrenders. The girl acknowledges her rival's strength, saying she's a worthy opponent. She extends her hand, inviting them to become friends again. Lilith extends her hand, and Cordelia notices the mark on her neck. The young girl says that Ryudo is her dear master. The heroine quickly runs away, leaving the heroes behind. A week after exams, the girl walks down the hallway with Moses, and the two exchange a conversation. Then they separate and everything shifts to flashbacks. The boy extends his hand to Ryudo to introduce himself, but he passes by. Moses mentions that now there are more reasons to grind Ryudo into dust. Meanwhile, Ryudo and Cordelia meet. He gives her flowers, to which she smiles and is glad he remembers the past. She asks him to tell her about Lilith. The heroine learns the whole truth and that the mark has been destroyed. Suddenly, her stomach rumbles, the guy just laughs, and they decide to go get something to eat. The heroes, armed with their gear, head into the forest for a test. Meanwhile, the Wimmer Forest is considered a rather dangerous place. The worst class is divided into 9 groups of 5 to work together. Ryudo meets a fellow peasant named Arthur, who introduces another young man named Brian to the hero. The protagonist gives a detailed introduction to the generally accepted 3 types of peasants. A little girl, Koharu, gets to know the guy by attracting attention to herself. The group goes over the daily schedule in detail. Ryudo notes that it's tightly planned. The next morning, they gather at the old training grounds. Lilith doesn't show up, citing poor health. Ryudo says he's heard this place is the last line of defense. The protagonist explains in detail about monsters and the heroes being the only ones who can stand against them. Ryudo doesn't care about humanity, he only wants to protect his loved ones. He's pulled out of his thoughts by Koharu, who says she's not sure she has the stamina. While jogging, she can't take it anymore, and the guy carries her on his back. The heroes eat in the cafeteria, silence reigning among them. Koharu offers his portion to Arthur, but he declines. At that moment, Ryudo joins them with his food. At the mere mention of the spell, the boys leave. The others stay to eat. The guy hands the girl a bowl of food, and she tries it, noting that the dish has a warming taste. During a special extra lesson, the teacher says that if at least one of them reaches the end of the rope, he will let them go. Arthur asks if failure will affect their punishment, but they answer no. The boy approaches the rope first, but his attempt ends in failure. He falls. The man asks who's next. Brian mentally analyzes that Arthur was the strongest among them and has no chance at all. Ryudo asks to try and climbs the rope. He successfully climbs, but doesn't quite reach the top. The protagonist slips and, nearly falling, grabs the rope back. Koharu screams in concern for the boy, but Lilith silences her. The young man activates a skill that reduces external negative influence and, having risen, reaches the end. The boy falls and the instructor catches him with his open arms. Ryudo thanks him and the man starts to speak to him but breaks off. Arthur glares at the boy while Lilith hugs Ryudo. Moses watches all this, peering at the group through the orb and remarking that he's an interesting specimen. The next day, Arthur begins avoiding the protagonist and during combat training constantly challenges him to fights without holding back. He wonders if he's to blame for what's happening. Brian explains to Ryudo that Arthur's father served as a captain in a knightly order. He was the only nobleman who supported the idea of peasants participating in fencing matches, but he was ultimately dismissed after losing to one of them. After this, the boy began to hate his father, whom he had previously respected the most. On the third day, the heroes will have to equip themselves with backpacks and run 100 km around the Lost Forest. The task is strictly individual. Ryudo doesn't understand why everyone is so eager to get rid of the foreign student and whether this is a form of bullying. A boy is anonymously chosen to help Koharu with her leg. She apologizes to him, saying she's always been a mistake. Ryudo tells her the beginning of the poem and says that since her name is Koharu, she should be stronger and brighter. The boy asks what someone worthy of being in Class A is doing in the worst class. He then adds that the girl is capable of more as the eldest daughter of an ancient clan. The main character also says that he is able to remove the curse that was placed on her. The girl asks how he knows all this, but the guy denies it. He says he can't know everything and asks what such an important person to the east is doing in the west. Koharu recounts the unfortunate events that befell the village. It was attacked by a group of Oni. Ryudo asks if the curse was the reason the girl ran away from the fight with the king monster. The heroine says the seal prevents her from using divine possession. This is precisely why she was unable to fight. Having fled her village, which was destroyed, the girl found herself in the care of an Eastern hero. Ryudo, looking at the seal, concludes that only an Eastern hero could have placed it. He tries to figure it out, but tries not to dwell on it. The guy asks Koharu to relax so that he can remove the curse from her. Using the skill, the young man freely removes the curse from the girl. His hand absorbs the curse, and the mark on the heroine's stomach no longer remains. The girl tearfully thanks Ryudo, but the heroes don't have time to relax before the monster attacks them. The Eastern one attacks them, but they manage to dodge the blow in time. Ryudo tries to use the skill again, but his hand won't budge. The boy, holding the girl in his arms, decides to run away with her. At that very moment, they find themselves surrounded, and the monsters attack the young man. The boy throws the girl aside to avoid being hit by the clubs. Suddenly, the monster grabs Ryudo by the leg and holds him upside down, slamming him into the ground. They throw the boy, who lands near a tree. Koharu rushes to him but freezes in fear. The young man has no other choice, so he uses his powers to the fullest. An unknown man sits on the creature's hand and says that they have been waiting for this trip for so long. Ryudo defeats all the monsters while the girl asks if he's okay. The hero asks Koharu the same question and, loading up his backpack, sets out on his journey. In his memories, Uncle says that only an idiot would have thought of uniting the God-Eater with Beelzebub. Ryudo says that insatiability tried to eat him, so he ate it back. The man believes that it's clearly not that simple to combine two abilities. The boy claims he feels like his peasant rage is constantly activated. He asks his uncle to tell him more about how this world works. After hearing this, Ryudo sits in complete horror. The man asks if he's understood everything. It's not as simple as he thought. The boy asks his uncle if he means by this that this is impossible for the current Ryudo. Then he thanks him for taking the arrogance out of him. Uncle explains that the reincarnated sage Moses may prove more problematic. He, too, likely knows how this world works. The protagonist smiles and says that the peasant will manipulate the sage. The instructor says Ryudo and Koharu have screwed up and will be expelled from the academy. Lilith is outraged by this, insisting that Ryudo will become a revered hero. The man simply sends her off to play, saying it's a wonderful fairy tale. This makes the girl even more angry. Their conversation is interrupted by a man shouting and pointing his hand to the side. The culprits of the dispute appear on the horizon, and Ryudo, holding the girl in his arms, says that they have completed the task. Brian asks why the guy isn't wearing the magical shackles. The protagonist, in turn, says he has something to report. Ryudo's magical bonds were broken during the Oni attack. The heroes were lucky that the remains of the battle served as evidence, but no one found the bodies at the scene. That same day, the students were given a special assignment. They were leaving the old school building and moving to the new one. The protagonist reflects on the current situation. In his opinion, the decision to retreat is entirely reasonable. He's pulled out of his thoughts by Lilith, who asks what he's planning to do. Ryudo only smiles at the question. The young man introduces the situation by saying that he wants to take everyone to Cordelia and her comrades. The girl asks how he plans to change direction in their direction, and the hero talks about the performance. The boy pretends to hurt his leg and asks Arthur for help. Lying in the carriage, he telepathically conveys to Lilith that the preparations are complete. She stops everyone and says that she will need to take a look at the new school building from here. The girl flies into the air and surveys her surroundings. Then she comes back down and announces that things are bad. Lilith reports to the group about the situation with the new school. The new building is surrounded by ogres. She also says a large horde is heading their way. She's unsure whether they're heading for the school or them, so she asks them to change their route. The instructor is hesitant but then mentions the carts which they could lose in the forest. The girl asks him to leave that to her. Lilith raises her staff and casts a spell to clear a path for the group. Arthur says the girl didn't just open the way, she literally carved it out. Brian points out that if they're running from ogres, it's not worth leaving such a huge trail behind. Koharu suddenly wakes up and then gets up. Seeing Ryudo, she asks if he's done anything strange. The boy says he used the hermit's art to distract the ogres and thus protect everyone. To do this, he used a rare species of mandrake. The group is currently protected by 50 B-rank adventurers. Lilith tells Ryudo they'll get there quickly and she'll take care of them in the meantime. The young man asks Koharu to rest for now. Meanwhile, in the western fortress, Cordelia defeats the ogre general and her squad engages the remaining ones in battle. This is already the 50th skirmish for the fortress, and over these 2 days the enemies attacked it in small groups. Cordelia enters the room shouting that the fortress is at its limit and they must make an immediate sortie. The man refuses the sortie, citing a lack of combat power if the girl leaves, and he cannot allow this. The heroine continues to stand her ground and tries to prove that it is better to release the force behind enemy lines. One of the soldiers runs into the room with an urgent message and asks the people inside to look outside. Looking outside, people see a whole horde of ogres moving towards the fortress. Cordelia doesn't understand why the ogres decided to attack in such a large group. Then she notices that they're actually running away. All this time, the ogres were fleeing from Lilith's attack. The girl destroys the monsters with her magic. Cordelia shouts to the squad to prepare for reinforcements and gives the order to begin the attack. The squad runs out of ammunition and the girl jumps off the wall. She leads the cavalry into battle. The group, led by Cordelia, enters the battle. The commander gradually issues orders from the fortress. The girl wants to cut a path to the enemy camp and notifies the soldiers about it. The heroine runs toward the enemies, cutting a path through them. Lilith appears behind her, following her. The girls stop abruptly and see a multitude of enemies in front of them. Cordelia and Lilith see the Ogre King and conclude that there are 2 of them. The heroine asks the young girl if they will kill each other. The girl doesn't share this view. Lilith waves her hand, dividing the field in half and taking the enemies on the left. Cordelia, meanwhile, will take the enemies on the right. The girls fight the ogres, killing them in huge numbers. Ryudo appears on the battlefield to help the girls with the monsters. That same day, a council is held at the Lord's estate, and the man clarifies the fall of the fortresses except for the western one. Each side reports on the situation in their respective units. One of the men says that thanks to Cordelia, they were able to repel the attack. Cordelia, in turn, says she didn't do it alone. The council notes that they may forget the achievements of special students. Another man claims that it was Koharu who brought these monsters with her. Cordelia says there is no point in paranoia, and they do not know the enemy's true goals. The lieutenant reports on the current state of affairs. The enemy is slowing the pace of the invasion, and he predicts they will attack again in 2 days, unchanged. The girl wants to open all the city gates to give battle as soon as possible. The man from the council takes the information harshly, saying that she was crazy to suggest such a thing. Cordelia details to the others the tactics she plans to use. One person from the table agrees with the girl, and they are left to decide who will stand at each goal. The lieutenant asks the man if it's really okay to allow the peasant to be present. He replies that the plan Cordelia told them about isn't typical of her. She must have been told it. Ryudo says this time it's not a disaster. He explains in detail the difference between a true disaster and the current situation. In other words, the monsters were summoned artificially, as the boy claims. Koharu clarifies whether this catastrophe was man-made. The young man says that they were indeed attacked by a horde of powerful monsters, and there is no time to find out if this is really the case. The boy asks Koharu to take care of the western gate. He's confident she can handle the A-class monsters with her strength. Ryudo asks the girls to go full force, and they won't have a chance to retreat because their enemies are not endless. 2 days later, Cordelia stands at the northern gate and looks at the enemies through her sixth sense. She does not understand why they do not attack. Derek addresses the girl, saying she looks completely different today. He notes that she appears calm, to which Cordelia responds by saying she has a strong ally at her side. The enemy begins to advance, and the warrior tells the girl to fight as she's accustomed to. She thanks him for his support. The girl rushes forward and slays the first enemy in front of her. The hero of the north enters the battle. Meanwhile, at the southern gate, Lilith comes out to meet the enemy. She successfully repels the attack with her dragon genocide spell. A man approaches Ryudo and asks if he knows a man named Burnend. The man replies that he is his teacher. He asks the young man what he thinks of this situation. The protagonist compares it to a refreshing breeze. The man is surprised, but the enemies begin their attack at this time, so Ryudo decides to end the conversation. Meanwhile, Emperor-class enemies are closing in on the heroes. The warrior advances, determined to take on the enemy and claim Burnend's legacy. Ryudo informs the man that his teacher is still alive and lives near the village where the hero himself lives. The protagonist rushes forward, preparing to attack the emperor. The enemy, meanwhile, prepares to repel the attack, and the boy notices that the monster has seen him. The hero uses a skill on an enemy and uses his sword to open a hole. The hole leaves behind most monsters. The soldiers are perplexed as to how the emperor himself and most of the army could have simply disappeared. The commander-in-chief calls on his soldiers to attack the remaining enemies on the battlefield. The guy sees that his help is no longer needed here and leaves the squad to fight with the rest. Ryudo, running to help Cordelia, sees an explosion happening inside the walls. A few minutes ago, soldiers were repelling an attack by small goblins. One of the soldiers spots a new target, but the next moment, his vision blurs. The structure the soldiers were standing on collapses right beneath them. Larger enemies begin to emerge from it. The hero notices that monsters are emerging from the sewers, and he does not understand how his ability to see the surface did not notice these monsters. The boy rushes to help the people and pulls an elderly man out. Then he shouts for the people to run away and is left alone with the enemies. Ryudo thinks about the girls, and the thought flashes through his head that he is the only one who needs help. Meanwhile, the teacher, defending the townspeople from attack, calls for them to retreat immediately. The monster extends its clawed paw toward him. The main character comes to the teacher's aid and repels the enemy's attack on him. The boy asks them to rely on him, leaving the other monsters to themselves. Ryudo says it's the peasant's job to get rid of pests. The man thinks he's having a nightmare and that he was saved by a peasant he looked down on. The teacher confesses to his student that he intervened. Ryudo, with a smile on his face, simply asks if he passed the test. The teacher answers positively and, in response to the boy's request, flies away from him. The protagonist uses his ability to see all surfaces and, without spotting a single soul, plants a plant in the ground. He then activates the dragon god's heritage farming, and the effects of the spell begin to erupt from the earth. A huge plant resembling a dragon grows in this place. Using the summon roots, Ryudo uses an advanced surface assessment skill. The The boy notices that there wasn't just one emperor here. He senses another one moving toward the young man. The emperor engages in battle with the magically created creature Ryuto. The monster is gripped by roots and flipped upside down. The next moment, they tear it apart, leaving its blood on the buildings. Meanwhile, at the western gates, people are running away from moving enemies. Koharu doesn't believe it. Strong enemies attack the western gate. One of the monsters throws a rock at the girl, but she freezes and shields herself with her hands. Arthur suddenly arrives and protects the heroine from him. She doesn't understand why he saved her, and the guy says that it's normal to save the weak. Brian arrives at the hero's side, protecting them from the advancing enemies. Together, they cover the girl behind them and urge her to run away. Suddenly, the enemies in front of them die. At that moment, Cordelia and Lilith arrive, asking them to leave everything to them. The heroine of the North turns to the black-haired girl and asks her to help them. Lilith doesn't think the girl's idea of help is a good one. She then adds that she failed in her task. At this time, the enemy attacks them, and Cordelia asks Lilith to buy her time. While the young girl distracts the monster, Cordelia and Koharu begin to talk about why the heroine doesn't run away. The girl says she has the power to protect the world and the people she loves. She was born a hero, and she has allies by her side who will support her. Cordelia doesn't want to be indebted to the young mage and leaves the girl alone. Koharu continues to stand, clenching her fists. The girl clutches her head and says that each of them looked down on her. Cordelia is thrown back by the explosion, while the enemies who were standing behind her die. Koharu, using all her abilities, declares that she will send all enemies straight to hell. The girl flies up to the monsters and attacks them with her magic. The monsters are reduced to skeletons, then completely disintegrate. Cordelia and Lilith follow her, the young mage carrying the heroine in midair. The girls chatter, discussing where Koharu's strength came from. The magician says that the black-haired girl tried to control the flow of the river with her body, and it will not be able to withstand such a load. Lilith assures that victory is possible, and she needs the heroine's help for this. The girl throws it, and Cordelia, in the process of flight, accepts her offer. The heroines jump into battle without hesitation, much to Koharu's visibly indignant reaction. Lilith restrains her, calling her a fool. She asks her not to rush headlong. Cordelia can't cope alone, and the girl notices that the monster is regenerating quite quickly. The young mage attacks the enemy with his dragon spell, but even it is unable to cope. Koharu delivers the final blow and kills the monster by making holes inside it. The girl rejoices at her victory and raises her hand up, shouting, declaring it. Suddenly, a popping sound is heard, causing the girls to tense up. An unknown man appears in the sky. He commends them for a job well done. Then, he declares them worthy of an invitation to join his family. The girl asks if there's another Oni. The enemy looks around. The hero is told to concentrate. The monster was Ryuto-like, which shouldn't be the case. One of them attacked the Oni god. They'll be able to damage him if they manage to attack before he activates his defenses. An attack with the help of spirits, says the unharmed god. Now he understands how they were able to defeat the Oni emperor. He suddenly began to cry. The monster smiled and screamed that his brothers had died, that they had killed them all, but he forgave them, for they were all family now. If their ranks dwindle, they'll simply replenish them. He's glad they're healthy women, and whether they're mothers or sisters, he'll ask them to help expand their family. One of them attacks the god, distracting him. They can't stand up to such a threat, so they decide to buy themselves some time and flee from the enemy. The monster catches up with both of them, and the heroine takes the blow herself to protect the girl. The girl lost consciousness from the blow. God was told to do everything possible to keep the redhead safe, but he wasn't about to follow their orders. The second girl hit him in the face, and he pushed her away hard. God says that if you look closely, she looks like their countrywoman, and asked what she was doing in the West. The girl replied that she was a survivor of the Segusa clan, which they had wiped off the face of the earth. The monster recalled something of the sort and offered condolences. The monster asks that since they left her alive, why doesn't she go away and tell the whole West how terrible they are? He calls the girl weak and says they don't need people like her, even if she's strong and communicating with spirits. He finished by saying that she was almost dead, though. The girl coughed up blood and was covered in it. The monster took the other two and was about to leave. The girl remembers the past, where she lies under corpses and promises herself to endure everything. Ryudo asks her if her loved ones really want her to do this. He's certain no one has any regrets in life. In the past, he was so weak that he couldn't protect anyone, even though he truly wanted to. But he got another chance. He trained desperately to do everything right this time so he wouldn't have to go through something like this again, and he tells her not to give up. He also told her not to overdo it and to rely on her comrades. She didn't take on anything, rather, they supported her. The monster was surprised. The girl stood up without a scratch and was ready to fight. He praised her zeal and said he had no intention of dodging or defending himself, asking her to unleash his full power. If she survived such an attack, he would accept her as his nanny. The girl attacks him with a spear, saying, "Shut up." Her spear left no scratch on him, and the god asks if that's all. The girl cries out that there are many spears. She asks if he wants to see her full power and shoots it all at him. The monster stands still and says it's time-consuming and asks if she can do more. She can only throw 10 at a time. The girl fell to her knees. She truly struck him, and he said that even if she were to risk her life, the only thing she could do was distract. Suddenly, he noticed that the two girls were missing. She sighed and said that it was their victory. The main character came in a different guise. God struck a powerful blow. Ryudo thanked the monster, his body feeling lighter. He replied, "You're welcome." Spears emerged from the form and struck the monster. The hero praised Koharu and asked her to take care of Lilith and Cordelia. The enemy was still alive and said it was a skillful attack. Because of this sealing magic, a normal monster would remain there forever until it died, but for a god, it would only act as a temporary delay. The god hoped he wouldn't have to fight the hero. Ryudo hit the monster and the monster hit him, causing him to fly off. The guy didn't give up and was about to strike again. Their fists met, but the guy was kicked and fell to the ground. God pinned the guy to the ground and he kicked God away and struck him several times. Koharu can't keep up with them. The hero fights on equal terms with a god. Moreover, he possesses healing magic at the highest level. The girl and God are pleasantly surprised by the guy's strength. The monster asks the hero's profession. People's strength depends on their profession. Ryudo answers that he's a peasant. The enemy is surprised and wonders if he's the weakest of them. God cried out that he was beginning to like the boy. The willpower to train oneself no matter what, that's what they had always sought. Now he wanted to fight him even more. The enemy says the boy can't win. The body of any Oni can heal damage. Therefore, he has an offer, a tribute to his power. If he accepts, the Oni will immediately leave these lands. He says they need Ryudo. They want to become related to him and invites him to become part of their family. He's sure his brothers will be happy too. As long as God lives, he wants to ensure that future generations will continue to multiply it. It was the people themselves who drew them to these lands. They simply decided to join the fray. After all, it's really a fight between people. The monster says, remember how people reacted to the fact that a peasant like him proved so powerful. He can easily imagine them as mere insignificant people, judging others only by their profession. He tells him to abandon them. There's no good in protecting people. The enemy cries out that his true place is among the Oni horde. As he continued speaking, his right hand disappeared. The monster screamed, "Where is his hand?" God doesn't understand why his arm isn't regenerating. There's no pain and no blood is gushing. This has never happened before. It's as if his arm was torn off and he feels cold. Ryudo says that it turns out that it's too hard for him to believe this. God is already dead. The enemy says this can't be true. Their duel has only just begun. He transforms into a stronger version of himself with 6 arms. But suddenly his arm disappeared again. After all his hands disappeared, the enemy screamed in fear. His legs were gone. He didn't understand when the hero had managed to attack him. He began to disperse. The enemy was in a black hole and screamed that he didn't want to die. Ryudo won. After this, the Oni who infested Sakmimas were exterminated by the knights. As for the Oni from neighboring lands, it seems they lost all will to fight after their god was defeated. The next day, C-rank adventurers and a large expeditionary battalion joined the battle. Since only royal rank Oni remained, the hero doesn't think it will take long. A week after the battle, the heroes were called to the king. The most significant participant in the recent events, the sage Moses, is announced. He is praised for his defense and given a round of applause. The people began to discuss among themselves the strength of Moses, praising him. They also applauded the special students who fought in their assigned positions. Ultimately, this event was merely a means to boost their popularity. Even so, Ryudo is still glad that Cordelia and Lilith received at least some of the recognition they deserved. Finally, as a reward for saving lives, McLean's apprentice will be promoted to the rank of ministerial. People began to speculate that they were only doing this because the Academy's name would otherwise be tarnished by having a peasant in their ranks. They thought he was a hero. Ryudo was pleased. Finally, he can stand next to the hero, next to Cordelia. This is the beginning of his ascent to the stars. Moses thinks the peasant is standing next to them now, so enjoy your moment of glory. To be able to accomplish such a feat, being just a peasant, is as expected. He thinks he must be reborn. Moses has understood his power and wants to use it. Moses thought she'd been hot on his heels all this time, but she was too weak even to face God. If this continued, his plan would be jeopardized. He was going to try an alternative. The hero's little sister, wearing a school uniform, apologized for being late and asked him to show her around the city. That day, he volunteered to show her Tokyo. They started shopping. The girl was very happy. Suddenly, in the Shibuya Street massacre, the perpetrator's motive was anything goes. The girl is scared. The guy's path was blocked by people running away in fear, and the criminal managed to grab the girl by the hair and stab her with a knife. The guy was devastated. He was too far away, but he wanted to save her. But he didn't. He was in despair. He was so sorry. He apologized for being so weak. The boy cried, lying down, hugging a photo of his little sister. At first, he lay there, suffering from the loss, but after a few months, he cleared up and continued living. A considerable amount of time passed, and somehow the hero was able to pull himself together. On his first day on the job, he had to take the last train back, which made him feel alive. But suddenly, while crossing the road, he was hit by a truck. The guy found himself in a different place. In front of him was written, "Profession, peasant, memories will be saved," and a choice between two skills. Reincarnation really does exist. He will be reborn as a peasant. He was allowed to choose two skills, social and crafting, which were recommended. He would also be able to retain all his memories, but since he was starting a completely new life, he thought it would be better to erase them. He remembers his little sister and wants to be strong. The hero asked the lady standing there about her skills and profession, so that when he meets someone he'll care about, he'll know. This time he'll be able to protect them. The guy chose his skills. After he received the title of ministerial and was awarded a higher status, he moved to a new dormitory. Ryudo never expected to receive it, but it was a lucky break. This status is equivalent to qualifying for graduation from the academy and grants the hero greater freedom than before. Lilith, sitting on the boy's bed, says that Ryudo's merits were stolen by this sage and asks why they can't kill Moses. The boy answers because he can't defeat him. For 3 reasons. First, there's a chance that, thanks to his status as a sage, Moses possesses several very powerful skills. Perhaps he was the one who enhanced Sakmamaz's Oni. Moses is the only one who could have orchestrated the fake Oni disaster. This means he has the ability to control and empower monsters. However, the hero has no proof of this, so he doesn't tell the girl. Secondly, he has the ability to manipulate memory. Those around him have very vague memories of the battle. When Ryudo asked her about it, Koharu couldn't remember anything, and the hero still doesn't understand why his actions didn't affect their memories. But if he succeeded in altering the memories of those around him, then they are in constant danger. However, it's entirely possible that someone else was manipulating the memory. Otherwise, it could all be interpreted as a confession, says Ryudo Lilitu. The girl asked if there was third-party intervention. Perhaps he simply used a self-activating skill, the hero speculated. He still suspects that there must be a third party involved and that this is the third reason. Just as he and the Dragon King help the hero, so does he. Hooded men are sitting at the round table. One of them says that the next thing on their agenda is the Battle of Sakmamaz and asks who the peasant Cordelia spoke of was the hero of the North. They tell him he's truly a simple peasant, not a reincarnated one. However, it's clear he's undergone some kind of hellish training. One of them heard he was apprenticed to a famous orc slayer when he was still very young. Then he asked about the tree that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. They compared it to what had happened 4 years earlier in a certain village, but that was a completely different incident. They had only one thing in common, the appearance of a dragon. He believes dragons also played a role in this battle. The incident was caused by a fight between the Oni and the dragons over their territory. They decided to leave it at that. They were about to leave, and one of them asked if Cordelia had finally lost her mind. He continues to say that Cordelia's combat skills are comparable to other heroes, but her penchant for misinformation is simply unbearable, and so on. This man believes it's time to strip her of her hero status. The girl takes off her mask and asks, "That's why you can say that Cordelia will be sent under the wing of her holy knights, right?" One of them told her, "Reincarnated Zero, I leave Cordelia's training to you. Zero just needs to make sure their little one gains a few levels, no matter how, which makes her knights a good choice." She says that, as he already knows, the number of followers of the evil god has increased significantly recently. In their time, reincarnated people are found all over the world, and they can already conclude that heroes are no longer the strongest. In the words of the monsters, they are experiencing a true human catastrophe. One of them says this is their best chance to cleanse the entire world of monsters. Their forces must be ready for that moment, so they finish and go their separate ways. One of them turned out to be Moses, and as he was leaving, Zero followed him and asked if Cordelia was really that strong. He replied that contact between reincarnated people was considered a grave sin. The girl calls him Prim, but they are just chatting in the hallway. She just can't believe that Cordelia was able to defeat the Oni Emperor on her own. There's only one explanation. She wasn't lying when she said the Oni god was defeated by a peasant. There are no reincarnated beings in their world that they don't know about. All reincarnated beings were born with the strongest professions, with the exception of heroes. In this world, everyone has a status window. As they mature, the church takes under its wing those with outstanding professions. Those with the strongest skills are eventually labeled as reincarnated. The girl says that since he's a peasant, there's no point in testing him for special skills. She asks if he didn't consider that the rumors about the hero might be true and didn't even try to figure it out. She heard them doing something very funny behind her back. Moses turned and said that Cordelia would be placed in her care. He broke his mask and said terrifyingly that the church wouldn't be able to prepare her in time according to its program. If this continued, she might even die, which he didn't want to happen, and asked that you take care of her. Zero asked if he was in love with Cordelia. The guy said that he would soon pay a visit to the Holy Knights to see her condition and left. The girl smiled evilly. Zero has successfully taken the bait. Ryudo's next opponent will be a reincarnated woman, and the enemy has prepared the best dish. Moses says now she must prove to him that a simple peasant can replace a hero. He stands before the monster, spilling his blood. The captain says that a transfer order has arrived. Lady Cordelia has been ordered to be transferred to the Kansa Union of Holy Knights. Holy Knights may sound like a proud title, but in reality their land is called the Land of Exile. All they do is senselessly plunder and murder people in remote areas. They call it enslaving the followers of the evil god. Lilith asked, smiling, if Cordelia had been demoted. Ryudo hit her on the head and apologized to the girl along with Koharu. Cordelia hit the hero and the girl on the head and said that her decisions during the fight were to blame, so she would take full responsibility. The girl will train diligently. Ryudo gives her a jade necklace. He says that if she finds herself in trouble, she should simply say, "Help me." The hero will immediately come to her aid. Cordelia promises and leaves. Everyone disperses. Lilith says that if the girl learns the true purpose of this pendant, she might even hate him. He replies that he doesn't care. As long as she's safe, let him despise it. Cordelia was transferred to the Holy Knights completely unexpectedly. The hero knows that Moses is behind it. Moses used presence concealment to bring down Sakmima's and tarnish Cordelia's reputation, leaving her alone. This became both an opportunity for the hero to strengthen her mentally and a warning to himself that he could no longer protect her alone. Their goals are somewhat similar, but the hero wants her mind to be strong, while Moses wants Cordelia to gain superior combat prowess. Ultimately, the hero wants to free her from the curse of being a hero. Initially, he thought this would happen after Cordelia defeated the demon lord and god. Ryudo knew nothing about them. All he knows now is that for them, a hero is a special being. By training Cordelia, Moses intends to use her to arrange a meeting with them, which aligns with the boy's goal. The hero is puzzled by why the reincarnated cannot be heroes, even with their greater power, and he senses there's something important he doesn't yet know about heroes themselves. However, Moses knows his plan has one fatal flaw: Cordelia's current weakness. He has no choice but to use the hero as a replacement. In addition, he must be able to relieve her of unnecessary attention and convince Moses to use him as the key that can replace the hero. The hero must find the reason why they are so obsessed with heroes. In fact, there is another way to meet them, but he can't afford it. Ryudo will need an accomplice to help him. His goal hasn't changed: to free the hero. To do that, he'll need to beat everything out of them. The elf girl says that they don't accept any students. In society, ranks determine status, and to advance alongside Cordelia, the hero must reach at least rank A, as their success is officially recognized by the guilds after qualifying. Despite the ridicule, he presents his medal and rank C card, knowing that in this world, everything depends on rank and he can't hesitate any longer or the guards will intervene. The girl says that the head of their guild is a traveler, and they have the highest rank in the area, and tells them to leave. Someone came in and asked what the noise was about. He was surprised to see Ryudo. The girl called the man a guild master and the hero an old man. The meeting room, he and the girl apologized to the hero. Protect Cordelia from them. Ryudo considered asking others to help him with this, but he never thought of asking demi-humans. The hero asked why an elf was working here. Some elves can be found in human society, but they usually either become wanderers or create elf-only guilds. This is the first time the hero sees an elf working for a human of their own free will. About 7 years ago, the country tightened its policy toward elves, imposing restrictions on wandering elves and forcibly returning those without permission to their villages. At the time, the hero was 9 years old and immersed in training, so he doesn't remember all the details. Bistana was the first country to introduce such regulations, and because of this, other countries also began to discriminate against elves. The hero's village is also located in this country. The elves put up some resistance, but they were quickly overwhelmed. There weren't that many of them. The old man asked the hero if something about their elf had caught his attention. Ryudo wants to know about the elf's plight and asked him to ask her about it. The hero has 2 goals. First, he wants to reach A rank as quickly as possible without attracting anyone's attention. He'll need the old man's help with this. He'll give him the details later. Second, he wants to raise Lilith's level and asks the old man to give them a quest to subjugate people. The old man understood. He has a good quest for the hero's situation. 2 bounty hunters attacked the people and the swordswoman was very strong. It was Lilith. A year ago, Dragon Village, a girl asks Lilith if she wants to learn swordsmanship. After being dismissed from her position as a tower guard, she didn't plan to stay in Vismal for long, but she was grateful for the position found for her in the village. Now she teaches the basics of light fencing, explaining that there are 3 types: light, heavy, and mounted. First and foremost, they need to destroy the enemy's will to fight. Their methods of attack will be to strike, chop, and crush. As a result, their attacks will weaken the enemy. Lilith will need to learn to swing her sword like a lever. No force is even required. The key is proper stance. Stances are also part of her strategy. A defensive stance, a counterattack stance. Each has its pros and cons. By constantly changing stances, she can disrupt her opponent's tempo. After all, if she perfects her stances, she won't need to attack. She can launch an attack while changing stances. Since she has more knowledge of stances than her enemies, as long as her body keeps up, she's sure to win. It's all fundamental. Lilith fights the enemy. He thinks she is just an amateur. The girl defeats him. A swordsman mage can surpass common sense. Lilith needed fencing to protect the place where she belonged. Her weakness is that she lacks the power to deliver a decisive blow. She can use dragon magic to fry her enemies, but in her current state, she's unable to use it. She believes that mastering swordsmanship will help her find the hero's weakness, and so far, Lilith is proving herself better than he expected, giving it her all. Society views him as a peasant living off a powerful swordswoman mage, and they can't get by without recognition. Ryudo recalls how his master Bernard lived his life. His life was a happy one. Meeting a nobleman allowed him to become a knight captain. As for B rank, he can achieve it. Once he reaches level 100 and has some achievements, he can take the B rank test. His mentor achieved the title of Orc Slayer, but was never able to fully utilize it. However, his lack of career ambition and desire to remain an enemy killer ultimately earned him a place where he could truly belong. If he reaches a rank, his very existence will be of significance to the government. This is a status he cannot achieve with combat prowess alone. However, if he can achieve it, he will be recognized by society, and in order to be able to fight alongside the hero, Ryudo wants to obtain this rank. Ryudo says that they have solved the problem of bandits and asked to count and take care of them. The elf girl says she's stunned by how strong they are. Thanks to them, they were able to rescue many kidnapped people. But most of all, the girl is surprised by the hero's calmness after killing so many enemies. She became strong for the sake of revenge. At first, she found joy in growing stronger, but since she had younger siblings and apprentices, she's found a new reason to protect them. But that day everything changed. The enemy shouted at the survivors that he would accept the challenge at any time to grow stronger and come for revenge. The girl couldn't understand how he could do something like that. Ironically, she only realized how this world works after she killed the enemy. Lilith and Ryudo have advanced to E rank. They decide to eat before returning. What a strange sight! Old shacks stand side by side with large, new buildings. This was caused by the dramatic economic changes of recent years. In this world and at this time, ordinary people are equally poor. The hero doesn't understand what this anxiety is. It's because something unexpected has happened. He doesn't understand why he only realized this now. Ryudo was stuck in place with Lilith near the alley. They went there, someone was there, someone had used magic to make their presence invisible. This was what had caused the hero's concern. Ryudo asks Lilith for help, activating the dragonification skill, developing magic, and on top of that, dispelling spells. A beaten elf girl appeared in front of the hero. At the time, he didn't yet understand the full context of this story, the fact that his meeting with this elf had been pre-planned. Cordelia was thanked for visiting these lands. The girl removed her hood and said, "Welcome to the desert." Their paths cross. They took the mysterious girl under their care. Ryudo asks if she understands their language and introduces herself. They found her weakened on the road and decided to help. Lilith changed her into clean clothes and cleaned her body. Afterwards, they used magic and herbs to patch her up. The girl's name is Liz. Lilith picks the girl up and is about to help her wash herself. Half a day ago in the alley, Lilith suggests the hero simply pretend they didn't see her. He did the same for Lilith, but now she's saving him. Liz, calling Lilith Mom, asks her not to be angry. Lilith liked the name. Liz calls the hero Daddy, and Lilith joyfully decides to save her. She was the one who found her, and she was going to save her from the very beginning. The hero thinks she's learned to empathize with others. A man came in and said he'd checked the security of the area. No one would get past him, but he'd posted 3 guards anyway. The hero apologized for having to occupy their home, and in response, he said he was glad he could help in some way. The man was going to report. The northern country of Bastana despises elves for 8 years. They capture every elves they see and send them to the Forsrium, which is located in the northern mountains. North of Bistan lies the land of the elves, Forsrium, and the land of the beastmen, Makinley. The latter two were at war for quite some time. The war ended several years ago with the defeat of the elves. In addition, the elves have their own factions. They have an unwritten rule not to interfere in the affairs of other tribes. That's why the girl from the reception room knew nothing about the elven country. But there are rumors that in the north, elves are considered slaves of the beastmen. Suddenly, Lilith screamed that Liz had turned into a dog. The man covered his eyes and face so as not to see Lilith's appearance. The dog mistook him for a monster and was about to attack him, but Ryudo used force. The hero stopped Lilith and told the old man to run away from here. The dog suddenly fell down and turned back into human form. He asks Lilith not to be angry with her. However, there was a lot of magical power in that attack. It was aimed at the old man so suddenly, but behind that attack was fear, not hostility. This is a great opportunity to establish a relationship with a half-human. Liz's personality, whether she was born from a relationship between a beastman and an elf, or whether she was artificially created. These peoples live not far from each other, but their worldviews differ. The hero has heard that their overall strength is roughly equal. These two races are too different to have good relations with each other. Lilith asks Ryudo what he's thinking. The hero asks how Liz ended up in such a place. Powerful invisibility magic and a curse that can only be broken by a mage of A rank or higher. If they had found her any later, she would have been dead. Judging by her clothes and appearance, she comes from a wealthy family. The guy says that if the goal was to kill her, then it's strange that no one was watching. They used invisibility magic so that no one could find her, and even if it was intentional, they would have prepared a plan B in case she was accidentally discovered. Besides, she was wearing a concealment gem. She could have removed it herself and sought help. The most likely option, she hid until someone came and found her. Or maybe that someone is still watching her right now. they're going to ask her for details. Meanwhile, in the desert, at the base of the Kansai Union of Holy Knights, the girl says that whores, gamblers, and beggars are a normal sight here, but for Cordelia, it might be too much if she is too proper. Zero introduces herself to the hero, but she has given up her name. First, the girl must pass an entrance exam. The local vice captain greeted the hero and introduced himself. In front of him sat a man with his mouth and eyes closed. Zero kicks the guy. He's Daz. The girl calls him a talisman and a toy for their union. Daz stopped growing and remained a B rank for many years, but suddenly he reached A rank in just 3 years and asks the hero why. Zero untied the boy and gave him a sword. He immediately ran away. This was her entrance exam. Zero ordered the fugitive killed. If she didn't hurry, they would have many casualties. The hero immediately ran after him. Along the way, the girl found many bloody bodies and found him. He was standing, stepping on a dead child. Daz says there are a lot of experience points here, thanks to which he leveled up. The heroine immediately cut him into pieces. The guy didn't even have time to understand. She looked at the decapitated child and felt sad. Suddenly, people appeared behind her, some shouting with joy because they had won the bet thanks to the hero. The girl was surprised, not understanding what was wrong with these people. They were laughing despite the fact that their friends were dead. They were even betting on her fight. Someone said, "Great job." Zero is glad that she had no hesitation before killing the man. She says that people usually gain almost no experience for killing another person. After all, killing a monster will give the hero 10 times the experience. The girl continues to say that the experience she gets for killing people after level 100 is different. Typically, a person's maximum level is somewhere around 150, because once you reach 140, your leveling speed drops sharply. But there are ways to unlock the maximum level. One of them is training in the demon world. The other is killing your family for easy experience. This is an unwritten rule for adventurers of rank B and above. After you reach level 120, gaining experience from killing others becomes easier. The hero thinks she's already completed a quest to kill bandits, and she felt it then and even now. Some B rankers even became serial killers. Killing such people and protecting the civilians is their job. Zero asks if she wants to say the same. Now the hero understands the reason for their organization's existence. She says that doesn't justify what Zero just did. Cordelia denies Zero's methods. Cordelia wants to fight Zero, but Zero just started laughing with the others. She says, "Let's play a bonus game. Zero will fight the hero and tells the rest of us to place our bets." The girl is quite serious and likes to do everything for her own fun. Zero bets that she will defeat the hero in 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The heroine had never seen such a stance in combat. Perhaps it was southern fencing. The blade was finely sharpened, relatively short, but the hilt was quite long. Her left hand held her robe. They began their battle. The two swordswomen engage in a fast-paced and intense battle, exchanging powerful blows at incredible speed. The enemy distracts the heroine with his cloak and is about to launch a direct attack with his sword. The girl was able to defend herself from the blow. The protagonist attacks with determination, while her opponent calmly repels every attack. The enemy's fencing style is unconventional. She appears to have knowledge of various techniques, but she has blended them and created her own style. In that case, the hero is going to use something. She strikes a pose. The hero attacks the enemy strongly and quickly, while she defends herself with a sword. Even if the opponent uses unexpected techniques, the hero forces him to play by his rules. Cordelia has been developing this attack technique for many years, which is why she cannot lose. With this technique, she can cut through any enemy. But the enemy dodged and used the Karamite technique to pull out the hidden weapon. The hero left herself and struck the enemy without a weapon. But the hidden weapon, the knife, fell right into the hero's hands and victory was hers. Zero kicks the hero away. The enemy stood right behind the hero with his sword and said, "Checkmate." She asked the crowd for the time and one of them replied, 3 minutes and 5 seconds. The hero was surprised. The enemy offered condolences and said not to worry, she'd treat her to lunch tomorrow. Cordelia didn't understand how it was that at that moment the enemy's legs were completely motionless. Is Zero really so trained that she can move her legs freely even when immobilized, which sounds impossible? Zero replied to the hero that this was her special skill and its name was Sure Victory. She says that if the hero wants to learn more, she must continue to grow stronger. After all, Cordelia is a hero and will one day surpass the enemy in strength. A week of their life together with Liz had already passed, and in order to lift her spirits a little, the hero decided to take her with him to the market. Liz asks if she can try eating whatever she wants. Ryudo agrees. The hero activates the stealth skill and says it seems peaceful here. Lilith asks why he's using his rare items. The boy is glad they were useful, he still has some in reserve. The item in question is a ring Liz wears called Cat's Eye. The wearer of this item is perceived by others as an ordinary person. The effect lasts for about 12 hours. Elves are greatly oppressed, so it's dangerous for her to walk around in her form. The hero wonders where she got her baby clothes. Lilith replies that she still has clothes in stock for boys and girls aged 1 to 10. Lilith asks him how many children he wants. Ryudo says Liz doesn't stray far from them. The hero notices that someone is following them, but the three of them continue to have a fun time together. Liz asks him why he doesn't ask anything about her situation. He asks if she wants to talk about it. She remains silent, embarrassed. If she doesn't want to, that's fine, he replies. The guy says he's worried about her, that's why he's taking care of her, so he asks her to stay with them for now. The girl smiled. Even though Ryudo said so, it doesn't change the fact that humans are aggressive towards elves. There's a good chance the person you ask for help will already be harboring a grudge. However, despite this discrimination, Liz treats people well, but she's still a little afraid of them. The hero wonders if Liz isn't from Forsheim. If so, then she must be related to McKinley. Forsheim is currently under McKinley's control. In that case, it appears that humans are driving the elves straight into McKinley's clutches. If this issue becomes public, it will spark discord between the human and demi-human races. Trouble awaits Cordelia and the other heroes as well. Lilith uses her stealth skill and says that if he's going to hide Liz, she has one condition. She'll become a mother, and Ryudo will be her daddy. The guy hit the girl on the head, and she asked if he didn't want them to become a family. Ryudo replied, let's put it this way, Liz is the younger sister, Lilith is the older one, and he's the brother. Liz called Ryudo brother. The hero was touched by this. Lilith says she loves her little brother very much. He didn't react and said that hearing this from a peer made him feel a little uneasy and that he didn't need a sister like that. Liz smiled and thanked her sister for today. It had an effect on Lilith too. They were getting ready to go home, but the hero noticed someone following them again. The night after returning from the market, the guild hideout, Ryudo asks if they've figured out who's been following them all this time. Two groups were found conducting surveillance, but they were unable to locate them. However, they have a hunch about the first group's whereabouts. They managed to contact an old acquaintance of his from the Neurali's trading clan. He is the second most powerful merchant in Bistan. There are even rumors that the leader of Bistan commissioned the Neurali's clan to transport elves. The interlocutor asks if they should try to find out something else about Neurali's. The hero replies that there's no point in it and that they should stop watching the spies. He'll see how things go. Ryudo asks for security at the guild's hideout. The hero pauses. There are at least 4 groups following them. He thinks it's someone from the bazaar's entourage. Apparently, they're not even looking for their hiding place. Maybe there's another surveillance group they simply don't know about. If they are in an aggressive mood, then Ryudo is not going to hold back, but what worries him most right now is whether everything is okay with Cordelia. Meanwhile, Zero and the others are about to attack and have found the heretic scouts. The church denies indigenous beliefs. 200 years ago, the Holy Church won the religious battles. They're preparing to attack the caravan that will be passing this way tomorrow. There are many heretics trying to overthrow the church's authority. The great villains who tormented the holy people have been defeated, Zero says, asking if Cordelia understands. Zero screamed forward, break them, destroy them. They have launched an attack and are going to kill every single one of them. The team won. Cordelia was surprised by their strength. They were leveled in 15 minutes. All Zero warriors are above A rank. Someone asked if they were reincarnated. He stood on the giant's shoulder and asked if he had guessed correctly. It was the god, the reincarnated one who had killed his brother. Blood poured from his eye, and he will not forgive them. The enemy is going to disembowel them all, and he will bring their entrails to his brother's grave. The enemy had concealed their location. They'd been lying in ambush the entire time. Cordelia couldn't understand which reincarnated being they were talking about. God asks where the other rat has hidden. Someone attacks the enemy from behind. The attacks are invisible but weak. God fell down to the ground, but had already managed to recover. The enemy immediately fell to the ground and crumbled into pieces. He wasn't recovering, his consciousness was fading. Zero asked if he understood now. The girl says that anyone who goes against them will lose and introduces herself. The giants were also defeated by the others, and she said that they were all strong here. Zero asked Cordelia if she understood. The heroine thought that she didn't understand. Ryudo couldn't defeat her. Ryudo intends to pay him for Liz's transportation. He is obligated to protect and escort her. As agreed, the three of them go together. 2 days earlier, they planned to ambush smugglers, but only those carrying a small stash of treasure. A small treasure chest is a magical item or ability, also known as a portable treasure chest. Skill: the ability to transport items and store them within the chest. The chest also has no limitations. It can carry items of any size and weight. The treasure chest is a very rare and expensive item, but its capacity is limited. The skill required to use it is quite rare. Therefore, the higher the owner's level, the more items can be stored. If all goes well, smugglers can use it to transport cargo. Over the past year, several smugglers with the storage skill have been killed under mysterious circumstances, though only 3 cases have been officially confirmed. Since the entire contents of their treasure vault appear next to their body upon death, adventurers have begun setting ambushes for profit, and now smugglers are forced to hire B-rank security. The hero wonders what kind of team could ambush the smugglers. Probably a C-rank team, they reply. Each of the 4 team members is near a D-rank adventurer, but they're not particularly strong, so they need to recruit strong ones. In addition to suspicious deaths, there have been cases of highly powerful adventurers disappearing. These cases also involve adventurers with good reputations. In each case, the smuggler was reported dead due to a tragic accident and then disappeared. The only thing left of one of the adventurers was a broken sword in a nearby stream. For some reason, the guild headquarters refused to investigate, so he conducted his own. He discovered a mention of the company Noralize and immediately reported it to Mr. Ryudo, as the contract with them had been signed about a year earlier. Since trading companies often collaborate with adventurers, there's a risk that Noralize could put pressure on headquarters to prevent the investigation. He decided to take on the mission because it could lead to his promotion, even if the smuggler hunt failed. Their cover would be the role of a smuggler, but their real task would be to escort a C-rank group and transport B-rank materials, ready to defend themselves in case of attack. One of them was against it, but the other said that their ability was real, so let them stay, but asked him to do his part of the job, and they left. Today, the group stopped for the night. The girls set up the tent, the old man helped, and the rest patrolled the area for safety. They encountered lizardmen, intelligent creatures unrelated to dragons whose hide and claws are valuable, and it became clear they needed the smuggler for hunting, as such creatures require coordinated teamwork. As they expected, they attacked the hero from behind. With such skills, they were able to defeat a B-rank opponent. It seemed they wanted to take Ryudo alive. The boy wondered if they weren't smuggler hunters. Lilith was next to the boy. Ryudo didn't understand and asked why she was there and where Liz was. The girl left her there. The boy ordered them tied up and immediately flew off to rescue Liz. He underestimated Lilith's personality. He thought she had become very attached to Liz. When he arrived, Liz was in the form of a dog, and next to her was a fleshless man. The hero always understood this. It was his ego. But the guy doesn't want to see a child take someone's life. Liz lost control of her powers and attacked Ryudo. The hero approached her step by step. The boy hit the dog on the head and said he'd transform back. The girl didn't fully transform and cried from the blow to the head. Ryudo gives her his cloak and tells her that it's not her fault, it's his mistake, and apologizes for putting her through this. Liz hugged the hero, and Lilith felt something was wrong behind her with the enemies. The enemy activated a magical item. Ryudo asked what he intended to do. The enemy wished them dead. The beast was approaching the team very quickly. It was a big dog with a tail where the snake's head was. The enemy shouted, "Kill them and eat them whole." Ryudo isn't the only one the beast has bared its fangs at. He's eaten his enemies. Liz was surprised. The monster, having finished eating, growled loudly. Their evidence was destroyed. Ryudo and Lilith spotted the boy in the tree. The hero wanted to stop him. But the monster attacked from behind, and the hero dodged every attack. The beast's movements were monotonous. Ryudo is about to beat the evidence out of the monster and punches it right in the stomach. The monster vomited and the hero was about to attack again. Suddenly, he was stopped. It was Liz, and she asked to stop, covering the monster with her back. The boy asked Lilith to hand over the shackles of the god of death. Equipping this item will reduce his stats to their initial levels. The effect will last until the item is destroyed or the wearer dies. If the effect fails, the artifact is destroyed. The monster is given the collar and it transforms into a small dog. They're planning to take Oruto, as the hero calls him, with them. He's their only clue. Liz shyly asks if the hero could listen to her story. They listened to her, the team went home, and the girls slept with their new pet. Meanwhile, the hero was talking to someone about someone hunting Liz. McKinley and Forsheim had long been at odds. The current Beast King put an end to the long war, Liz explained. 10 years ago, Forsheim was conquered and reduced to ruins by the Beastmen. The Elven King and all the men in the kingdom were executed, while the women became slaves. As for the elf princess, she was sold into slavery to the second prince of the Beastmen and pretended to marry. At first their love was just fake, but gradually their feelings became real. 2 years later, Liz was born. At the same time, a plan for reconciliation with the elves was being developed. Liz's father was one of the leaders, and thus hopes for a change in relations between them were born. The Beast King, being a politician, watched for 8 years, but suddenly became enraged. Liz was considered an abomination and was scheduled for execution. She only managed to escape thanks to a group effort. The plan was to have her protected by an elf rescue organization in the human kingdom, but she was unable to contact anyone from the organization and ended up meeting them. She started crying because she didn't know what to do next. Ryudo wiped away her tears and thanked her for telling them she had done her best. The hero said not to worry, her brother and sister are with her, they will protect her. The boy asked for more information about the situation between the elves and the beastmen. A letter arrived for Ryudo. Humans oppress the elves and force them back to their homeland, but Liz doesn't know this. She grew up in a castle and doesn't know much about the outside world. Her story is true, but it's full of contradictions. The hero's first question is why the king left her alone for 8 years. The second question is Liz's careless elimination. 2 weeks have passed since they found Liz and they still haven't tracked them down. Is the Beast King interested in her death? The third question is it a coincidence that in the year the plan for reconciliation with the elves was being developed, people began to forcibly drive them back? The fourth question is what kind of resistance group is this, established in a human state? It's incredibly difficult to create and maintain an underground rebel organization. Its leaders are Aunt Liz, Felis Mac Ewan, and the legendary elf mage Abe Macmillan. Abe the Sage is a legend among humans, having been one of the greatest warriors 500 years ago. Rumor has it that the sage died 200 years ago, but if he is alive, the hero would like to meet him. The sage may still be alive. Ryudo still has questions, but right now it's more important to understand the situation properly. Liz answered his question about relationships. Beastmen are related to animals and mythical beasts, but beastmen cannot communicate with magical beasts. The beastmen look upon humans as fools who reproduce too quickly and think of themselves as the kings of all animals, the girl replied. Despite this, they favor humans more than elves. They treat humans like animals and elves like plants. Liz saw a human in the beastmen's kingdom. They were the king's guests. She was watching from afar, so she didn't see them clearly. They lack information. They recovered some parts of the magical device from Oruto's excrement, but they were broken and their effects were lost. Their detection skills failed to spot them. The hero saw them for only a moment. They most likely also reversed the spell that gave the three of them control over Oruto, which is why he attacked them. An item that allows the summoning of an untrained magical beast. The hero had never heard of such a thing. Taming a magical beast, a powerful camouflage spell. Moses possesses all these abilities. 10 years ago, when Ryudo was 6, Moses rarely appeared in the village. Because of his parents' work, he was almost always in Bistan. After his activities were uncovered, he began traveling the world. Ryudo didn't connect everything to him, given the limited information he had. He plans to treat each case as an individual matter. The time to battle the reincarnated is near. Ryudo thinks there's a spell that prevents enemies from being detected, which is odd. Ryudo is about to outdo himself. Someone's knocking at the door. It was an old man. He apologized for disturbing him and said that someone from the academy wanted to see him immediately. Someone was sitting in a hood and waiting. The guy apologized for waiting at Cordelia's and asked what happened. Cordelia said that this was their last meeting. She would never see him again and would never return to the village. The girl looked for him to tell him this. She said goodbye and left. The hero turned away and asked if she was the one asking for salvation. The girl opened the door with shaking hands. She locked it and started crying as she left, 4 days ago. The team attacks the villagers and someone among them throws a bag at Zero. It was an angry Cordelia. The bag contained the head of one of the pagan leaders, a C rank. The heroine asked why Zero had attacked the village. She had nothing to do with the pagans. Zero, confused, asked if it wasn't natural to attack a village. They leave the peasants dead because they have a role to play. They have low social status, lack fighting skills, and serve as a source of experience. The peasants' role is to feed the strong and lure the monsters, Zero replied. This is because they allow them to graze. By preserving the villagers, monsters can use them to train new warriors, while high-level warriors can use them to surpass their level cap, like replenishing a bank account. As the number of villagers increases, so does the strength of the monsters that mid-level warriors hunt. Peasants are also used as cannon fodder to defend the country. No one cares how many of them die, they won't even be accused of murdering a peasant. Heroes, knights, and adventurers defend the country, earning glory for it, while kings and the church gain wealth and control, assuming responsibility for their actions. The most difficult part is regulating the peasant population, as maintaining a balance is crucial in this mutually beneficial relationship. Cordelia screamed that they were not maintaining public order and asked how they were any different from murderers. Zero asked what's wrong with that and said, "The strong devour the weak." Cordelia attacks the enemy, and she says that words will not reach a fool and asked why she is trying to die. Zero, dodging the blow, says that someone dear to her will die. The hero was surprised to hear this. The Church Order dislikes the Magic Academy and has even filed a request for its destruction, raising questions about the inclusion of the northern village of Bistani on the list of targets for regulation. Cordelia began to cry and beg for him to stop. The girl fell to her knees and bowed, and Zero kicked her in the head. Zero says he'll let her say goodbye. She has a week to cut all ties. The girl, leaving, thinks that she must become much stronger. Ryudo said that if it was her, she would be able to become stronger. The hero is going to settle one more matter. Building, the hero is looking for a certain place but stumbles upon a dead end where he should be here. Moses sat in front of him with a book in his hands. Moses asks him to relax, no one will overhear their conversation here. Then he asks if he wants anything, to sit down, some tea. A seat appeared and the hero said that was enough. Moses suggested moving on to the main question. Moses smiled and said he was reincarnated and wished for Cordelia's happiness and world peace. Ryudo replied that he wished her happiness too, so he asked for the details of becoming a hero from the letter. The boy asked if a peasant could become a hero and be granted the right to meet them. The man replied that in his case, this would be no problem. This is thanks to the special skill, God Eater. Moses says he watched the hero struggle and asked if he had acquired the legendary skill. He spent over a decade studying the artificial transformation of peasants into heroes through a skill that is key to mass production. Increasing their numbers would ease Cordelia's burden, but the current result has been a failure. You can't become fit for hero work simply by increasing your status. Also, some events can only be resolved by a hero, and one wonders what the limitations of what they call the settings of this world are. Divine attribute is a hidden attribute they don't yet know anything about. Divine attribute can't be properly displayed in the status. All the symbols are distorted. Cordelia has had a white plaque since she was 4, which she received along with her status window. This is unusual, as humans don't have a divine attribute. However, even the hero status contains distorted symbols, which are being studied by the Holy Church and will eventually be deciphered by the Oracle as job, hero. He chose peasant skills like fortitude and agriculture to remain unnoticed and safe. But due to his corrupted skills, the church likely already recognized him as a reincarnated being. Initially, Moses understood the fitness for work of this world as the Varna system or the old order from their past world, but the hero is very different from the rest. Theory: people who can't understand the divine attribute conventionally call angels who descended from heaven heroes, says Moses. The divine attribute is not visible in a person's status and can only be recognized by another bearer of it. Such people are believed to be born for the role of hero and emanate special abilities. Moses wonders if this is why a person born with a divine attribute is destined to have a fitness for the job, hero. However, Moses is tormented by doubts about whether the Holy Church is simply trying to monopolize the right to define job, hero. For 500 years, the existence of heroes has been too profitable for the Holy Church. Approximately once every 60 years, each of the 4 countries under strong church influence produces its own hero, which does not harm the current government. Moses began to share more information about this. Ryudo asked if he could tell him how a peasant could become a hero. Moses was surprised that the hero knew about them, and he planned to obtain the divine attribute by using the God Eater, but something went wrong. They absorbed gods, but they turned out to be mere replicas of the real thing, so the divine attribute was not passed on to them. No matter how many monsters with this attribute they absorbed, it was still impossible to obtain. This is the true portion of the true God, the source of life, possessing a divine attribute. By absorbing it with the God Eater, one can acquire this attribute, become a hero, and assume any form. Ryudo asked if Moses had ever met them. He replied that he had paid for it with the blood of a sage. He had only met their pet, but he himself was comparable to a god. Part of gods, devourer of gods, with their help, the guy will probably be able to obtain a divine attribute. Ryudo asked about compensation. Moses replied that it was unnecessary and asked for Cordelia's protection. He says that even if he's just trying to keep the peace, he has plenty of work to do. Moses, as a sage, has his responsibilities. Moses and Ryudo shake hands for Cordelia. Afterwards, they chatted like reborn brothers and said goodbye. As soon as Ryudo left, Moses smiled menacingly, squeezing his hand. Moses wouldn't have touched Ryudo without a reason. Perhaps it was some special contact skill. The hero had erected a defensive perimeter, but he wasn't sure the sage would be able to penetrate it. In any case, he managed to extract some useful information. He probably lied to the hero 9 times out of 10, but even so, it still gives Ryudo something to think about. Lilith stood sadly next to the tree, waiting for Ryudo. Afterwards, they walked back to the house together. If the hero drinks this, Moses might be able to manipulate him, but Ryudo will still drink it. He can become strong, he can become a hero, even if the probability is low. Guiding Cordelia is his duty. After all, they must allow Cordelia to grow stronger so she can protect herself. Ryudo asks Lilith if she has erected a barrier around the room. The girl has laid down a protective magic and presence concealment, quadrupled. As for Liz, she used sleep magic and a little healing on her, so she's sleeping soundly just like she did on Naruto. Ryudo says that he is with her, he is safe, and asks that if anything happens, she take care of him. He poured it on his hand and said it was disgusting. Suddenly, Ryudo began to transform into a monster. A strange phenomenon attacks Ryudo's body. Lilith screams and tries to help. 3 years ago, Ryudo, 13 years old, he fought. The opponent proved stronger than the boy. Some time passed, and the opponent, catching his breath, said he was giving up. Ryudo, lying down, said those were his words. He gave Ryudo a ring as a gift for the winner. The Dragon King's ring, useful in many ways. The guy said to rely on Lilith and take care of her. If Ryudo loses his composure, she'll be able to help him out. Someone shouts Ryudo's name. 6 months ago, Ryudo, 15 years old, fought Beelzebub. The hero attacks the monster, but the monster attacks from behind. Ryudo's right arm was bitten off. Lilith screams his name. The guy screamed that it hurt, but he was attacked from behind again. This time, the monster devoured him completely. Lilith gasped, deeply worried and surprised. Ryudo freed himself from that mouth by force. He gained power and a new arm with this monster. Suddenly, a hand, laughing ominously, began to attack the guy. Ryudo was drowning without an arm, but Lilith swam after him and made him a new arm. The building is destroyed. The hero lies with Lilith unconscious on top of him. Ryudo thought, she's saving him again, and stroked her. Ryudo's status is still that of a peasant. Meanwhile, Cordelia challenges Zero to a duel. She wants to crush her and become captain of the Order of Holy Knights. Flashback: a father tells a girl to leave the tennis club. The girl says she has a favor to ask of him. Her father said it all depended on her grades and she studied hard. She got an A. Her father told her to leave this club and not waste her precious time. She stood there with empty eyes. He tells her that she must try harder. The girl, with tears in her eyes, said, "Yes, father." Another day, she was standing with her friends when the Yakuza rode past on motorcycles. She is sitting on a trolley and watching a video on her phone, when suddenly her trolley gets into an accident. A truck crashed into him. Zero, these were her memories. She sits and watches the city burn. Cordelia fights her enemies and thinks it's all the same. That nothing has changed. Zero asks if their hero has become more obedient. Moses stood behind Cordelia. Zero asks Moses what he did with that peasant. He replies that it was a small experiment and that whatever Ryudo does won't hinder their victory. He says there's nothing that can compete with her special skill. Moses is going to turn Ryudo, an ordinary peasant, into some other being. Moses says that everything he does is for the benefit of this world and them, the reincarnated ones. A little boy calls Cordelia a murderer and picks up a sword. He's about to attack her. Cordelia didn't resist and took the blow. The boy began to cry at what he had done. The others came and one of them killed the boy. Zero says, "Know your place, exp." Cordelia asked what Zero was so afraid of. All this time, the girl had been observing her flighty behavior. The real Zero had disappeared. She always orders her subordinates to kill, never staining her own hands with blood. She has a mole under her eye. The girl noticed it because it resembles her mother's. Cordelia asked if Zero was being forced to do this. Zero smiled and replied that she was just wondering what the girl would decide to do and that she was mistaken. Zero said that if she had something against their methods, she knew how to solve their problem. Cordelia challenges Zero to a duel. She plans to become captain and stop her. Zero says that she's not the one officially in charge of the Kansai Alliance, but her lieutenant. Zero has no authority whatsoever. The guy says he will perform instead of the Grand Master. At this time, Zero collects bets on the hero and the lieutenant. Cordelia tells the lieutenant to back off as he, too, hates committing such terrible crimes. She prepares to take responsibility. The lieutenant replies that she seems to have misunderstood something. He says that only scoundrels have gathered under the banner of this order. The guy asks what's wrong with laughing at someone else's death, why it's strange to revel in their misfortunes. He says that such thoughts are very difficult to contain, they've only been haunted by them for that very reason, and there's no forgiveness for them. He shouts that looking down on people just because they were lucky enough to be born into prosperous families really irritates him. The enemy uses invisibility and is about to attack, but the girl is waiting for this moment. She managed to disarm him and wound his hand. She defeated the lieutenant without killing him, thanks to the only correct tactics and intuition that led her to the same conclusions as others with cheating skills. Such rapid progress in just a few weeks confirmed her true heroic ability. She was now their commander. Cordelia forbids them from killing innocent people. Anyone caught committing robbery or violence will be punished. They will kill anyone who dares to disobey these orders. Zero asks how about transferring to another holy order. The heroine learned with horror that the Holy Church wasn't alone in exterminating heretics in villages. It was their direct order, and disobedience made even the hero an enemy of the entire church. If she decided to go against them, her family would suffer, and she herself would be forced to live on the run. If a full-scale war with the church breaks out, the lieutenant and his men are ready to join the mistress. They offer her the opportunity to take her family and the villagers and escape with them to their promised country. Cordelia burst into tears and asked for help. He appeared from the necklace that Ryudo gave him. Samuel's pendant knowledge and thoughts can be transferred between those wearing it. It can be used once. The wearer can teleport to the vicinity of another wearer. After teleportation, both pendants will be destroyed. An explosion occurred and Ryudo headed towards Zero, killing everyone who stood in his way. At that moment, Zero and the two warriors in front were acting as bait. The real danger came from the invisible warriors on the flanks. Ryudo managed to escape the pincer movement. Only the two knights in front were ready to engage when Zero suddenly kicked them aside. She said not to interfere and asked why the two noble dons didn't fight one-on-one. A fight to the death ensued between them. Zero says the heroine will never be able to return to normal life. She already has thousands of corpses to her name. Ryudo, defending Cordelia, says he, too, has taken countless lives. He says that if he is weak, they will take advantage of it, and he understands her. Zero is thrown against the building, breaking it, but the girl is unharmed and says she is not afraid. She says that he will regret not killing her with one blow and that he will not be able to hit her with such sweeping blows. Her special skill is Critical Strike. This attack deals lethal damage and slows healing. It also knocks most enemies down. After the incident at Keidru Tower, he became known among the reincarnated, especially after coming into contact with the wielder of the demon's sword. His freedom now depends on them. He is advised to stop communicating with Moses and join the Kansai Alliance, where he and Cordelia will be cared for. Ryudo asked with a creepy smile if he could betray their mutual friend. He asked why he wanted to become a dog for an organization with no future. Zero replied that if negotiations reached a dead end, the hero would accept his own. The boy interrupted her and said she was underestimating Cordelia too much. Zero damaged her sword while fighting Cordelia. Ryudo says Cordelia's strength isn't simply a matter of leveling up. She was constantly monitoring Zero, trying to strategize. Now her minions are fighting Cordelia. Ryudo has no intention of losing. Zero possesses a holy robe that cancels any attack once per day, and the simulation ability, which allows him to calculate and choose the best outcome for the battle. His critical hits are simply the result of this well-thought-out strategy. Her skill calculates tens of thousands of combat variations, including randomness, and selects the only one where victory is possible, even with a 1 in a million chance. If necessary, she activates a critical strike to exploit the enemy's worst-case scenario. This is her first time fighting an opponent so powerful that her calculations aren't 100%. However, after copying the calculations into her brain and optimizing her magic circle, her chance of winning reaches 99.99%. Ryudo was about to attack her from behind, but she dodged it. It was a splinter of wood. She chopped off the boy's left arm and said, "Goodbye, regeneration." She told him he could give up and leave, that she wouldn't be offended, but she would miss him. The hero stood his ground. Suddenly, her chances of winning became lower. Chance of winning, 48.03%. The girl doesn't understand why her chances have changed. He asks, "The radius is about a kilometer, right?" His future vision skill is limited to a radius of approximately 1 km and a visible area, so it falters when an external determining factor appears. The hero realizes that his opponent is fighting too flawlessly and hints that he has encountered similar abilities before. He says he's telling her all this to deny Zero a chance to recover. Her collapse is coming. Lilith arrived. Lilith licks Ryudo's left hand to restore his strength. His hand generated. Lilith says that Zero has lost. The girl didn't understand how this had happened. Ryudo and Lilith were half-dragons, and by mixing their blood, he could temporarily become fully dragonized. Ryudo, having absorbed a portion of a god, will inevitably become an evil dragon, a being with immortality, against whom even a critical hit is powerless. Even his allies cannot imagine the power he will wield. Activate skill, Origin of the Demonic Gate. Someone asks if Cordelia's fate of being killed by the evil dragon has not changed. Does Ryudo understand this? Ryudo turned into a large black monster. Zero was terrified. She didn't understand what it was. The girl's legs and arms were immediately torn off. But suddenly her arms and legs were back in place, an illusion. Suddenly the girl was wounded, leaving a hole in her. It turned out to be an illusion again. Ryudo punches her in the face, sending her flying back hard and leaving her faceless. Another illusion. The girl is terrified no matter how much she simulates, when suddenly the monster attacks her. Chance of victory, 0%. Zero activates the skill, Holy Robe. She can completely block any attack once. She will retreat as soon as she blocks his blow. This is not even an attack. Even if Zero blocked the first bite, she would be chewed up and swallowed by the next one. She gave up and was ready to accept her defeat. Suddenly, the lieutenant saved her. He says the commander is their holy virgin. All her subordinates were ready to fight for her. Ryudo transformed back into himself. Lilith asked why he let them get away. He replied that he abandoned them. The fate of the Holy Order was sealed. Cordelia sat holding the dead boy in her arms. Ryudo approached with a shovel and said he would help. They buried them. Later, the girl wants to give them a proper burial. At the very least, she wants to face her sins. She also wants to find out the true nature of the Holy Church and asked who the reborn are. The Kansai Union was destroyed. Everyone was killed. Cordelia looked on in horror. That's not all, anonymous sources say. They've lost contact with all the holy orders. Cordelia has returned to the castle in Sakmamas. The Lord is pleased to see her, but orders her to return to her studies. The girl is told that a decision on her transfer has not yet been made. While the officials of the Holy Church are busy shifting responsibility from one to another, she is asked to live a normal life. The Lord states that the kingdom will most likely cease to exist, and therefore calls for maintaining peace for the time being. The boys celebrate the return of their school friend. Arthur thanks Brian and Ryudo for their help with the cooking. The schoolmates enjoy a meal. Arthur offers to help Ryudo with his studies. Events that happened 2 months ago are recalled. Arthur and Brian notice a dragon flying towards the western gate. Brian tries to stop Arthur from exploring the area. Both men end up heading for the gate, but are stopped by a sudden explosion. The comrades take cover behind the wall, and Arthur begins to understand Ryudo's essence. Arthur shares with Brian what his father told him about a peasant who would grow in strength. Only now did Brian understand what his father meant. None of his schoolmates believed Arthur, as all their memories were clouded. The guys figured out that Ryudo himself erased everyone's memories, and Brian suggests doing nothing about it. Arthur and Brian are the only ones who remember everything. The family's son, Malcolm, wants to invite Ryudo to his home as an honored guest in the future. Ryudo tries the food but wants more soy sauce. Koharu informs him that they do have sauce. Surprised, Ryudo asks if they have miso, mirin, and wakame. Koharu replies that they have all of those too. An inspired Ryudo thinks about what he can cook in the future. Cordelia realizes she knows very little about Ryudo. Cordelia notices a strange girl. The boy approaches Cordelia with concern. Trying to change the subject, she points to a strange little girl. Using her recognition skill, she tries to determine the stranger's race. Lilith tells Cordelia that this is her and Ryudo's child. The girls begin to quarrel and are about to start a fight. Liz admits that she never had friends. Ryudo reassures her, reminding her that she does have some now. While everyone had gone to bed, Liz went out to the river. An unfamiliar voice praised her for making friends with everyone. The mysterious voice belonged to Moses. He highly valued Liz's report. Thanks to her, he was able to coordinate attacks on all the Holy Night orders. It turns out that Zero had managed to escape. Moses was able to defeat Zero, but he underestimated Ryudo's strength. The boy is fully prepared to destroy the world. Moses asks Liz to continue following Ryudo. It turns out that Liz is one of the reincarnated. Cordelia ponders Ryudo's words. She doesn't fully understand what the reincarnated are. Cordelia and Lilith are sitting together at the table. The heroine shares with Cordelia her concerns about her feelings for Ryudo. Lilith assures Cordelia that Ryudo is indifferent to obscenity. Lilith tells Cordelia what Ryudo has been up to while she was away. However, this isn't what Cordelia wanted to know. A former slave shares information about Ryudo's strange habit of buying flowers and jewelry once a month. Cordelia suspects the boy enjoys dressing up as a girl. The girls suspect that Ryudo may have another woman. Lilith confesses to Cordelia that Ryudo's attitude toward her upsets her. Cordelia reasons that she was wrong to be jealous of Lilith's relationship with him. The girls make a pact to uncover the truth together. The next day, they set up surveillance on Ryudo. Cordelia is indignant about Lilith's outfit because it is too conspicuous and revealing. Lilith eventually changes her clothes, confident that her outfit is invisible to others. Cordelia assures her otherwise. Ryudo immediately recognizes the girls and exposes them. The spies attempt to disguise themselves as foreigners. Ultimately, the three of them go together to a place far from the city. Kneeling down, Ryudo sets the bouquet on fire, making an offering. The guy asks Lilith to bring chairs and begins to explain to Cordelia about the reincarnated and his past world. The heroine asks Ryudo why he didn't tell her everything sooner. He says he was ashamed of himself for toying with her feelings. Ryudo admits he knew about Cordelia's feelings and declares that he treats her like a sister. The girl suddenly stands up and tries to hit him. Crying, Cordelia asks if his feelings for her are only because she reminds him of his sister. Ryudo answers in the affirmative. The heroine hits Ryudo with all her might. The boy was slammed into a mountain by Cordelia's blow. Ryudo asks Lilith to take the girl to the academy. 2 days later, Cordelia meets Ryudo and hits him again. She apologizes twice. Cordelia mocks the guy and assures him not to underestimate her. Inspired, Cordelia leaves her boyfriend. The action shifts back several days. Moses discusses the peculiarity of Ryudo's power. He reports to the council about the boy's demonization. Moses' superiors criticize him for failing to deal with Zero. He is warned to act more cautiously and prudently. The sage is reprimanded for not producing the performers he initially desired. Moses is reminded that his ultimate goal is reincarnation. Moses gives a verbal report on his research into the reverse reincarnation process. He assures the council that everything is going according to plan and that he will soon be able to return them to their world. It turns out Moses was involved in research in a previous life. The council has no doubt about the young man's genius. As Moses leaves the assembly hall, he complains about the incompetence of the elders on the council. A black cat approaches him and reminds him that he has become a nuisance to his superiors. The familiar continues to speculate about what the future might hold for them. The cat lists Moses' worries and responsibilities and expresses her concerns about him. Moses explains that having more responsibilities gives him more enjoyment in life. he shares what awaits those who are reborn in the end. The black cat assures Moses that she will stay with him no matter what. Ryudo is sitting in class at Altina Academy. The teacher is explaining the difference between magic and sorcery. He's thinking about Moses and his plans. The events after the battle with Zero are recalled. Ryudo receives an item box from the Kansai Alliance commander. Ryudo accepts the artifact from Zero. Inside the item box is the key to defeating Moses. The boy studied the first conversation log from the item box. Judging by the contents, Moses supported the Kansai Alliance and strengthened the soldiers. Ryudo speculated that Moses emphasized skill transfer, which would explain the Alliance's use of rare skills. The hero understood Moses' plan. The sage needed to achieve reciprocity from Cordelia. Next, Ryudo tries to predict Moses' next steps. The hero quickly gives up, unaware of his opponent's true skills. In his thoughts, Ryudo compares his own characteristics to Moses's. After class, the boy enters his room, where Liz and Lilith are sitting on his bed. Ryudo asks the girls to go to the girls' dorm. Cordelia enters Ryudo's room and asks him to follow her. As the couple walks down the hallway, the girl hands Ryudo a letter and asks him to read it. The letter contains correspondence between Cordelia and her mother. Ryudo's mother suddenly appears and the woman immediately hugs her son. Cordelia apologizes to her for the trouble her family has caused her. The three entered the reception room. Cordelia told Ryudo about the village's affairs. The girl's father was now the village's leader. Due to debt, all the villagers had become enslaved peasants. The girl shares her guilt about her father and his influence on the village. Ryudo supports the girl and offers to help her. Ryudo asks his mother to take the money and return to the village. The next day, the couple went to meet Cordelia's father. Cordelia's father scolds Ryudo for not growing up and still hanging around his daughter. The girl sharply replies to her father and tries to reason with him. The man refuses to listen, saying she's just a child and doesn't understand. As the couple left the bank's reception area, the girl loudly complained about her father. Ryudo reluctantly agreed with the actions of the current village head. Cordelia was indignant. The guy interrupts the girl and tells her that he can save everyone if that's what she wants. 3 days pass. Ryudo, Cordelia, and Lilith are in the forest near the academy. The boy teleports them to the Vellum wasteland. The hero tells about the incident with the forest and, showing the contract, says that he bought this area in his name and the name of Cordelia. The purchase of this land was a step towards establishing relations with King Arbert, the former owner of this land. Ryudo explains that this place is ideal for hiding, as only he and Lilith can travel there. It will become a refuge for the villagers. Caring for his father, he wants to transform this place as soon as possible. Using his crop skill, Ryudo grows a huge plant. Cordelia and Lilith see a huge tree with a clock face. Ryudo has grown a replica of the world tree that can also change mana. A few days later, Jonas and Charlie McLean are preparing to move. Ryudo's father followed his son's advice and paid off the debt. The boys' family moved in with the house, but they had to start the garden from scratch. The soil in this area is very rich in mana, so everything grew very quickly. Jonas is excited about his new place of residence and is trying his best to get his vegetable garden in order. Ryudo's father saw an apple tree that had grown in one day and began harvesting it. Ryudo visits his father and asks about the seedlings. Jonas replies that they are growing too quickly. Ryudo also stationed golems as assistants. Now Liz and Orudo have also settled in at the McLean farm. The boy asks his father about 2 things he'd previously asked for clarification on. Ryudo's mother prepares the spices according to the recipe, and the root vegetables the boy tried growing taste terrible. As the boy listens to Jonas, his head spins. He finds it difficult to maintain his magic over long distances. He convinces himself that he needs to try harder. Through an old man with whom Ryudo had established trade relations, he received information about the disappearance of the Holy Knight's orders. He wonders if Zero is alive and whether she managed to escape Moses. The boy scolds himself for not trying hard enough. Ryudo comments on Moses' skills. Ryudo is summoned to the courtroom. The young man appears before the judge. Witnesses are seated in the benches, including Cordelia and Lilith. Ryudo is accused of the same crimes as many other students. He doesn't understand the purpose of the trial and disagrees with the charges. Victoria Venison proposes expelling Ryudo from the academy due to his heritage. Victoria's family holds a very high rank as they control a major trading company. Ryudo decides he needs to get closer to her. The day before the trial, the boy warned Lilith and Cordelia not to go against the student council. Ryudo refuses to use force as his goal is to alter consciousness, not destroy it. The boy has come up with a cunning plan to solve all his problems at once. Ryudo wants to take advantage of the Venison family's influence. The court battle between Ryudo and Victoria Venison begins. The hero learned that Cordelia's father was affiliated with the Venison Bank. Ryudo also learned of Victoria's unusual hobby. The daughter of the Venison family falls in love with daring men and kills them in duels. This passion has been with her since childhood. Victoria fell in love with a boy who could resist her. After some time, he was ready to reciprocate her feelings, but she killed him. After that, Victoria began killing people. Her victims were from the poor class, so no one paid attention. When she entered the academy where judicial duels were allowed, she killed 3. Ryudo parries Victoria's blow and cuts off her hair with his rapier. The girl immediately falls in love with him and wants to kill him. The guy is ready for this strange and risky plan. Ryudo gathered a group of friends to hold a tasting. A boy decided to make mayonnaise in this world. The inhabitants of this world disliked its taste. Ryudo tried selling it in a store, but the weekly sales were dismal. The heroes all disagree on the main ingredient for mayonnaise. Ryudo suggests adding a new dish for this world to the guild menu. The boy suggests adding pepper to the mayonnaise. His comrades are surprised that Ryudo would so easily throw away such a valuable ingredient. The young man explains that 3 years ago, things between the chambers of commerce were different. The core of the problem lies in the relationship between the Holy Empire and the Venison Chamber of Commerce. The story of the Venison Chamber of Commerce is told. After several years of setbacks, the current head has managed to restore its former glory. Hence, the head's son-in-law has taken over the Venison house. The hero notices a strange pattern. Too many events happened 10 years ago. He needs to know more. Ryudo's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden noise. Koharu falls to the floor and breaks an empty dish. The boy's mother is touched by the girl. Hearing Charlie say she likes clumsy girls, Lilith is about to break a plate. Lilith feigns clumsiness. Ryudo's mother is touched by her. All the girls try to get Charlie's attention. Jonas asks his son if he's already in love with someone. Lilith shows him the ring the boy gave her. Ryudo kicks out the parents and asks those present to focus on the task at hand. The hero announces that the battle is getting more intense from today onwards and is going to reveal new information about the reincarnated. Those who hadn't heard this information before were shocked. Then Ryudo gave them a historical summary. 1,000 years ago, a tribe of horsemen founded an empire, but later, heroes and monsters brought about its decline. After the catastrophe, the empire became holy, uniting all peoples under a single religion. With the recent disappearance of the Holy Knight, the church has lost power. A new object of worship has emerged: capitalism. Ryudo explains that the concept of capitalism is the opposite of feudalism. The hero has a few ideas about the Venison house's next steps. Garrett Venison, who is the current head of the Venison family, decides that it is time to establish new rules. Victoria asks her father about Ryudo McLean, remembering how she challenged him to a second duel. In the girl's memories, Ryudo publicly humiliated her, which she was completely delighted about. Running out of her father's room, Victoria swears she'll get revenge on the boy. Gareth notices the McLean brand mayonnaise. The scene shifts to the guild. Sir Belzac visits the new guildmaster. The old soldier wants to try some mayonnaise. The old and new guild leaders discuss the state of affairs. Meanwhile, he is served the dish he ordered, the reason he came. Sir Belzac is delighted with the taste. Mayonnaise's popularity is growing. This sauce is now popular even in other kingdoms. Gareth Venison listens to a report on a new product. He wonders if they can make something similar but cheaper. The Venison Chamber of Commerce staff cannot copy the recipe because the factory is located in the Varium Forest. Enraged by his chairman's incompetence, Gareth dismisses him. It turned out Moses was in the office of the head of the Venison family. Gareth guessed it was Ryudo's doing. Moses' words about the missing holy knights enraged Gareth. He ordered the sage to be surrounded. Moses easily frees himself. The boy explains that Ryudo is merely the Dragon King's pawn. The sage reassures the guards surrounding him that an experiment will soon be conducted to return people like Ryudo home. Moses says Ryudo's starting skill was growing crops. The boy also provides them with proof that another sorcerer is in league with the dragon. Moses assures them that the settlers know when to draw the line in such relationships. A few days later at the Magic Academy, Ryudo learns of the fine. Everything is going according to plan. Ryudo plans to sabotage the local market with cheap mayonnaise in order to escalate tensions between the migrants and locals, provoking a clash. He expects them to try to eliminate him as a threat. Ryudo mocks the kingdom's cowardice, which merely finds illegal trade without daring to do more. He's glad his Chamber of Commerce controls law and religion, and the authorities fear retaliation. If this inaction continues, enemies will begin to squabble among themselves. He will take advantage of this, pitting them against each other. Ryudo pays the Chamber of Commerce for the stall and asks the guild leader to act as a witness. He then moves on to the third stage of his plan, instilling discord. Ryudo and the guild leader discuss the plan after the cafe. They are outraged by the enormous sum they had to pay. Ryudo has no intention of repaying the debt. Their main goal is the cafe, after all. A conflict breaks out at the same establishment. A customer refuses to pay an increased debt. The debt collector coldly suggests the debtor sell his daughter or wife since the store's collateral isn't sufficient. He mockingly adds that having another child is easy. Ryudo pays the man's debt. The debt collector wants to charge the hero a few more gold pieces for the scare. The guy has no problem paying back the money, even with interest. Ryudo wants to talk to the debtor. Ryudo buys the debtor's shop. The debt collector is against it, but the guild master assures him everything is fair. The collector mocks Ryudo and predicts the imminent death of the kingdom. The debt collector scoffs, doubting the king of their weak country will be able to support them forever. Ryudo, the debtor, and the guild master leave. The guy is extremely pleased with the deal and offers the debtor cooperation. A week later, Ryudo opens a new store selling sugar. The product is approved by the Chamber of Commerce. Ryudo is involved in sugar production himself. Thanks to the cooperation of the residents, they managed to create it. The residents thank Ryudo and praise him. Zero is sitting in a cave, sheltering from the rain. Suddenly, lightning strikes her. The girl was attacked with daggers and electricity. The attacker was Ryudo's assistant. The boy asks her to take care of Zero and leave her in the dragon village for a while. Lilith is jealous of Ryudo's relationship with Eslin. He tells her that all preparations are complete and he has properly rewarded the villagers. Ryudo assures that human labor is priceless. Cordelia's father is at a loss as all the peasants have paid their debts and left the village. The bank has repaid the man's loans and is disillusioned with him. The village headman claims they were set up. The people who framed them had their sights set on the village from the very beginning. The village elder asks the village headman if he has any more men. Cordelia declares she will settle the debt. Cordelia's older brother also offers to help. The girl's mother consoles her father. The fate of the Alston family now rests in the hands of the children. Ryudo and Cordelia discuss what to do with Vesta. It turns out that all of their father's ideas were inspired by their relative, Uncle Joseph. Cordelia is thinking about how to track down her uncle. She suspects the man might be the venison's lackey. Ryudo is stunned by how much Cordelia has matured. She offers to marry him as an apology. The boy explains to her that he doesn't see her as a girl. Cordelia confesses her love to him. Ryudo reminds her that he is much older than she is. The heroine tells him that he will still run after her and leaves the room. Cordelia regrets confessing to him. Blushing, she quickly runs away. Ryudo reflects on how the girl has changed a lot and has surpassed her previous self. In the office of the head of the Venison Chamber of Commerce, employees discuss an order that prohibits interference in the affairs of the peasant Ryudo. Victoria is also in the office, ordering King Albert's assassination. The girl herself volunteers to participate in the plan. A few days later, Victoria locks herself in a room with Ryudo. The guy immediately asks the girl what she wants from him. Victoria tears her shirt and brings the dagger to her chest. Victoria asks Ryudo to draw a mark on her chest with a dagger. Students burst into the room. Victoria claims Ryudo attacked her. She chases away her rescuers. Miss Venison ponders aloud how to overcome the boy. She can't do it on her own, so she wants to frame him and weaken Cordelia's authority. Victoria finally confesses why she came to Ryudo. She has a favor to ask of him. A girl asks for help in freeing a maid who was kidnapped by bandits. The Venison family assembles a special team of liberators and asks Ryudo to join as an apology. 3 days later, the team was assembled. The Special Liberation Team consists of 3 members. The group is located in the Kingdom of Rakun. Ryudo doubts Victoria cares about the maid. The day before, the guild also received a request to exterminate the bandits. Bandits are illegally cultivating mandrakes and the kingdom is covering for them. The request to exterminate the bandits may be intimidation. Ryudo realizes that this is most likely a trick, but decides to play along. A red dragon in human form warns Ryudo of two important things. The first is that cyclopes live in the forest. However, the man thinks these are most likely rumors. Secondly, the number of bandits is increasing. Lilith asks them to stop and find shelter for the night. Ignoring her, Ryudo moves forward. The hero notices traces of blood and follows them. The guy enters someone's home. Ryudo found a girl washing herself. The guy introduces himself as Bernard. The girl turns out to be the maid, Maria. The girl asks Ryudo to bring her a prosthetic limb and some clothes. The boy asks who owns this shelter. A red dragon and Lilith approach a pair of young people. Ryudo's comrades report that they were being pursued by two cyclops. It turns out that all the mountain bandits were eaten by the cyclops. The place where all the heroes are now is a food storage facility. Two members of a special forces unit come to the rescue. They repel the cyclops with a sonic wave. The knight orders Ryudo and Maria to retreat. The man easily defeats the first cyclops with a blow to the eye. A girl from the squad helps the knight with magic. The mage suddenly uses a gravity spell, and with it they strike the second cyclops. The second time, the girl doesn't have time to use magic. The monster strikes another cyclops instead of the knight. Ryudo used substitution magic and saved the knight. There are now 2 more cyclopes. There are still 5 left. The Knights of the Raccoon Kingdom came to the rescue. The Royal Knights easily defeat the Cyclops. One of the knights introduced himself and assured the heroes that they were saved. It turned out to be King Albert. Heroes from the special squad ask King's pardon for actions without orders. Albert praises the squad, saying it was thanks to them that everything went so well. Ryudo attracts the king's attention, declaring that the Cyclopes are not yet finished. The guy says those Cyclopes weren't real. A real Cyclops body appears before the heroes. The huge monster creates a powerful shockwave with its trident. Ryudo shields himself, Lilith, and Maria with a protective dome. The hero wonders if this is the venison's trump card. The king survived the blow and is ready to show the results of his training. Memories of King Albert. A stranger tells him about the difference between readiness and resilience and the only way a peasant can become stronger. The king's company is so loyal to him that they are willing to follow him into hell. Arthur summons Saizen Sen. The stranger speaks of the supreme god king's assassin ceremony. In the Raccoon Kingdom, it has become a tradition to kill a Cyclops to gain the throne. The stranger agrees to train the squad and the king. The Royal Knights try to attack the Cyclops. Albert, galloping on horseback, tries to evade him. The man realizes he can't run from him for much longer. Ryudo tosses the sword to the king for attack. Upon intercepting it, the weapon immediately fills with energy. Albert raises his blade to strike. With one swing of the sword, the monster was defeated. Ryudo is amazed that the king can use the end-of-the-world effect. Albert asks the hero's name, but he again introduces himself under a false name. The king recognizes Ryudo as the hermit's disciple and offers to talk more later. A special squad sits by the fire at night. Ryudo doesn't understand the merchant guild's intentions. The boy suspects Maria of spying. The maid admits to killing the people in the fort, but it was self-defense. Maria runs a brothel. 9 years ago, the owner framed a maid, resulting in her leg being amputated. The girl recounted how she fell into the clutches of bandits. Ryudo apologized for doubting her. Maria shared her knowledge of the king. She revealed that Albert knew about the trap but returned anyway to perform the rite of succession to the throne. The kingdom is now a controlled monarchy governed by 3 dukes. The Merchant Guild has trained Cyclops against King Albert. Ryudo reports that the knights were deceived by the Merchant Guild. The guy says that the painting was originally intended for the king of the whole world. The boy from the Special Forces admires Ryudo. The inspired boy falls asleep in the hero's lap. The knight asks if Ryudo will protect Maria. The maid leaves the party and sets out on her own journey. She wishes for the heroes to destroy the Merchant Guild. Ryudo whispers that they are going to destroy him too. He needs to take care of something important. Victoria is shocked by Ryudo's appearance at the academy. The guy thanks the girl for the opportunity to meet King Albert. In gratitude, Ryudo forgives Victoria. The boy cut ties with the Merchant Guild. The hero made sure Maria was watched. If the girl betrayed them, she would be prepared. In the forest, Ryudo encounters King Albert. Using the professional king's abilities, the man was able to make his way here. The king is grateful to Ryudo for bringing life to the abandoned land. Albert came here to talk to the boy. After digging into his past, the king learned that Ryudo had done a lot of bad things while impersonating him. Albert offers the peasant to serve him. Ryudo immediately refuses. The guy talks about the true purpose of the visit, which is negotiations. The young people talk for about 10 minutes, during which time Liz eavesdrops on their conversations. Through the amulet, the girl shares information with Moses. The sage reminds Liz of their agreement. Victoria panics and asks her father to help save the company from destruction by the peasants. A company employee admits to himself that he made a calculation error. Morris stops him in the hallway. A stranger stands next to them. The guy introduces himself as Joseph Alston. Morris suggests the three of them talk for a bit. Morris suggests threatening Ryudo. The old man reassures his colleague that the peasant wasn't the one who killed the Cyclops. Morris also offers his assistance in using the Sagu squad, which is engaged in the murder of Northerners. Ryudo returns to the Alliance's hideout. The comrades sit in a circle and greet the guest. In front of them sits the current head of the Union, to whom Albert conveyed the essence of what was happening. Everyone present comes to the conclusion that the world began to go crazy about 10 years ago. The Vanessons and the former authorities are hostile. Financially, the church, the nobility, and the company are out of the question. The Venessons Company has been around for a long time and is protected by the church due to constant donations. 10 years ago, the reincarnates speculated. Incredibly powerful monsters began to appear. The Venessons were always involved in these events of 10 years ago. By creating Sugar and Moines in this world, Ryudo wanted to contact the reincarnators, but it didn't work out. The guy explains why they have to fight them. The reincarnates are preparing a larger experiment. Ryudo knows full well they won't trust them. The hero and the current head of the Union are about to have a fist fight. At this time, the king's supporters in the hidden village are also training in combat. A special forces knight asks the boy what he's doing in this kingdom. He replies that the king's supporters saved his village and he has deep faith in the king's goodness. The man praises the boy. Suddenly, someone from the squad attacks the mage from behind. This is one of Sagu's squad members. The girl dies before she can warn her squad mates. The mage looks at the squad members for the last time. The next day, Ryudo receives a gift. Using a simplified scan, the guy senses that the box contains something related to a special squad. The hero opens the box, blood dripping down the sides of the packaging. The guy puts the box in his inventory and leaves only the letter in his hands. Ryudo asks Lilith to contact Cordelia and set out immediately for the Battle of Revenge. King Albert has arrived to see Mr. Garrett. The head of the company asks to be shown into the hall. The arrival of the king was announced at the headquarters of the Venison Company. Gareth greets his guest and asks how he can help. Albert wants to know why the bandits seized the villa in his absence. The company's head says he can return the villa right now, but the king refuses. Albert accuses Garrett's company of cultivating mandrake. The head of the Venison family is not trying to shirk responsibility and offers to discuss the matter in more detail. Garrett leads King Albert underground. Beneath the headquarters are cells containing prisoners. One of the prisoners is a young woman serving her sentence here. She is disfigured and has tubes attached to her body. Garrett explains that trusting everyone led the girl to this outcome. This explains why she signed contracts and negotiated. The head of the family admits to being the mastermind behind the mandrake cultivation incident. Albert doubts Garrett is capable of betraying the Duke's family, but the man convinces him otherwise. The head of the Venison family says that everyone is equal in negotiations. Ryudo arrives at the Merchant Guild. He is met by a debt collector and a worker who intimidate him and taunt him with reprisals. The boy asks who sent the gift. The man, frightened, reveals himself by naming the Saga Squad. Not receiving a clear answer, the peasant irritably asks again who was responsible for the murder of the magician girl. The king leaves headquarters. At this point, Albert can do nothing because someone already knows everything. Having achieved the original purpose of his visit, the king prepares to create a map of the castle and the enemy's locations. Albert receives a call from Ryudo, who has captured important figures and sent them to the king. The peasant asks Albert to interrogate them. The king hands the boy evidence of the Venison's crimes. Ryudo wants to expedite the implementation plan. Without waiting for the king's response, he prepares to begin. The hero breaks into the headquarters and knocks down the main gate. The king calls for an offensive. The seasoned knight, along with Cordelia, volunteers to seize the east. The headquarters workers try to fight off Ryudo, but they are unsuccessful. New workers appear who want to stop the peasant. The hero easily defeats them and tells them about their crime against the country. Garrett's past: as a child, the current head of the family's father tried to instill in his son the ideas of altruism. The man respected his father because he was an honest and good merchant. Garrett's father was driven to suicide by debt. The child was sold into slavery. Little Garrett was sold, robbed, and lost. Even from this situation, the boy found a way out. By following the strong, he was able to survive. Garrett did everything to please them. Having wealth and ways to earn even more, a man still does not feel satisfied. His daughter was the only thing that kept Garrett going. The head of the family is notified of the invaders. Pulling himself together, the man proceeds with Plan M7. Ryudo continues his offensive, crushing all enemies in his path. One of the company's workers tries to save him. He talks about how he doesn't want to die when he first joined the Venisons. Cordelia pities the poor guy, believing that all workers are just victims of circumstances. The other workers are also trying to feign loyalty to the company. Cordelia's uncle watches the takeover through a magic ball. The Nolariz trading company considers itself the winners, and they are happily watching the collapse of the Venisons. Another side of the headquarters has been breached. Garrett urges everyone to save their findings in inventory. The chairman disappeared and abandoned his employees. Anyone who called for preserving the work was merely a wedge. Lilith defeated the fake Garrett. Ryudo and the girl head to the headquarters dungeon. The real Garrett is under the building. The girl in custody turns out to be the chairman's mother. Ryudo finds Garrett. The hero transforms into the form of a dragon. Ryudo asks for all borrowers' loans to be repaid. Garrett asks the farmer to talk calmly. The chairman asks the hero if he truly believes the man is capable of cruelty. Garrett threatens retribution. The door the chairman disappeared behind was made of adamantine steel. Ryudo's strength wasn't enough to break it. The hero is attacked from the shadows. His body is covered in needles. Saga Squad bombards Ryudo with tubes. The guy's armor joints are now immobilized. One of Sagu's squad takes aim at the armor gap. Sagu's squad placed numerous inventories around the room for quick summoning and instant movement. The needles and daggers in Ryudo's scales hinder his movements. Garrett decides to delay Ryudo as long as possible. He is ready to kill him by any means necessary. Several warriors from the squad attack the immobilized Ryudo at once. A sudden blow to the wall stops the fighters. The shockwave throws back the inventory of Sagu's squad. Lilith created an explosion with her magic. Ryudo sheds his scales. The chairman's legs are burned. The hero asks the man why he went against him if he is not capable of winning. Ryudo can't understand why Garrett didn't kill his daughter, who is the company's weakness. Garrett recalls his childhood and his daughter's childhood, and replies that the guy wouldn't understand it. Ryudo grabs the chairman by the neck and punches him in the face. In his thoughts, Garrett apologizes to his daughter. The chairman's body lands before King Albert. After Garrett Venison's death, the inventory opens and all the money falls to the ground. The king says he will take care of the money and thanks Garrett. Albert remembers the chairman's daughter. Ryudo has already found her and is ready to take care of her himself. Maria took Victoria hostage. Maria tells Victoria that even for the Venison's daughter, the slave trade is expensive. The maid cooperates with Sagu's squad. The girl lets Ryudo inside. Sitting down next to the tied-up Victoria, the guy tells her that he killed her parents. The girl tries to scream, but her mouth is gagged. Maria follows Ryudo out. A former maid offers to buy Victoria's freedom for the young man. The peasant learns that Maria is a member of the Nolariz trading company. Ryudo warns that their plans include the destruction of the Nolariz. The girl wonders what will happen after the collapse of the two companies. Maria addresses Sagu's squad and informs them that it would be better for them to return south. Ryudo comes to the boy's brother from the special squad. The boy hands the boy's father a glove that was left by his son. The boy's brother and father mourn him. The king sits on the knight's makeshift grave. Albert promises that in the future he will be prepared for anything and will not lose a single knight. Ryudo assures them that they will win together. The king explains their initial tasks. First and foremost, they must defeat the successors to the Merchant Association. The successors have already made their move. The duke's family's governance will depend on their future actions. Right now, the country is ruled by a self-proclaimed royal family who are the duke's puppets. To achieve results, a damage mitigation plan is first and foremost necessary. Ryudo asks how they can deal with the reincarnation intervention. Ryudo takes on the task of dealing with the reincarnators and asks for a worthy reward. The king gives the scroll to Ryudo as a reward. As a reward, the boy received property rights and complete autonomy for the village. Ryudo makes the king a condition to make the country as powerful as the kingdom of Facilia. Albert agrees. The king recounts what they've learned about the reincarnation organization. All they've learned is about the Ark and the Cradle. In conclusion, Ryudo reminds them to keep an eye on the Nolariz company's activities. He's confident they won't miss the opportunity to become stronger. The guy knows that Nolariz has connections with the Beastmen and Northern Elves. Recalling that the king's friends were involved in secret operations, Ryudo asks whether it's easier to act truly for revenge. Albert agrees. The comrades part ways because Ryudo needs to talk to one more person. Moses is sitting at the table and writing a letter. A peasant enters the sage's office. Ryudo accuses Moses of the crime. The guy punches the scientist in the face. Moses lies on the floor, unable to stand. Ryudo realizes it's just a doll and provides evidence of the crimes. The cause of the disaster and economic chaos was Moses. Being a man from the same village as the sage, Ryudo will judge him. Moses thanks him for the warning, but he is confident that his plan is sound.